Breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
It is 5, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll have traffic and weather coming up for you here momentarily. Police in New South Wales, Australia, say at least 15 people were killed on Sunday as two gunmen opened fire at Australia's Bondi Beach in an attack that targeted a Jewish event. Police said one of the alleged gunmen is also dead. We have more details now from Faith Abube, who is in Australia.
Authorities say the bloodshed could have been much worse if not for the heroic actions of a bystander. That man, who police have identified as Ahmad al-Ahmad, confronted one of the gunmen by jumping from behind a car, wrestling for control of the weapon, and disarming him. Ahmad suffered multiple gunshot wounds and is currently recovering at the hospital.
Police say 42 people were injured in that attack. The victims range in age from 10 years of age to 87. Back here in the U.S., authorities in Rhode Island have released an individual who had been a person of interest in the deadly mass shooting at Brown University. Senior Joseph Oduro says that he was leading an economic study session on Saturday afternoon with around 60 other students when a masked gunman entered their lecture hall armed with a large gun and shot people around him.
Right after he mumbled whatever he said, that he just started shooting right away. There was no hesitation. We were just praying, calling our parents. There was nothing else to be done other than to pray.
Oduro said that he and others hid behind a desk. Out in Southern California now, family members now confirm that director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were found dead Sunday. Here's ABC's Alex Stone.
Investigators say nobody is in custody. Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were found stabbed to death in their home. LA fire paramedics arrived and called in police. LAPD Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton.
There are going to be many family members interviewed. I'm not going to confirm whether someone's being interviewed at this time or not.
In a statement, Governor Gavin Newsom says he is heartbroken by the loss of Rob Reiner and his wife. Overnight, forensics teams and the medical examiner arrived at the home.
We now turn to the market numbers report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found online at beaconcm.com. For this morning's money news, here's Jim Ryan.
After a rough end to last week, stock futures point to a higher opening today. The Dow Jones on Friday gave up 246 points, about 0.5%, to close at 48,458. The S&P fell 1%, the Nasdaq Composite 1.7%. A new poll from the AP shows most Americans feeling the pressure of higher prices for everything from gifts to groceries. About half say it's harder this year to afford presents. Nearly 70% rate the economy as poor. Some shoppers are turning to ChatGPT and Google's Gemini to help in the hunt for the perfect present. Salesforce expects AI to drive $263 billion in global online holiday sales this year, representing 21% of the season's total. Denny's claims to have the perfect gift for pancake lovers. Limited edition high-top sneakers made with real maple syrup sealed inside the shoe. Sticky Kicks will be available in men's sizes 8 to 13 for $195.
We now check the stock futures before the opening bell here this morning. The Dow up 239. The S&P is up 33 1/4, and the Nasdaq is up as well at 127. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather on the way. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Selling your home can be stressful, but it doesn't have to be. Get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There are no showings, no open houses, no stress. Work with the #1 real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Go to markspain.com today.
So far, so good this morning. All systems are go. We're looking smooth on area roadways in the Nashville Metro. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is 7 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on this very, very, very chilly Monday morning. I mean, it is cold. Yeah, I'm just going to warn you, it's like a cold that will hurt you. I was told that on the way in, you guys saw single digits on your car. The official temperature in Nashville right now is 14, but it feels worse probably. So listen, just be ready. Just get out there and prepare for the worst because it is bad, bad, bad. But gets up to 40 today, 50 tomorrow, 50 on Wednesday, high on Thursday, nearly 60 degrees, 57 degrees. So, we can endure this for a day or two and then get right back into some better weather. Hope you're doing well this morning. I am Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, who's taken a few days off around the holidays. Well-deserved time off. Hardest working man in broadcasting, Dan Mandis. And be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm actually in for Chris Ann, and then I come back and I fill in on Friday for Dan again. So I'm bouncing around a little bit, but I'll be here for a lot this weekend and actually through the end of the year, filling in for a lot of folks as they try to take a little time with their families around the holidays. Glad to be with you. If you've been listening to any news, we've got some tragic stuff going on. I hate to start with down stuff, but I don't know how we can avoid a discussion of these three stories. They're just, all three of them are tragic. Out of Los Angeles, the story that a lot of people are tracking is the stabbing murder of director Rob Reiner and his wife. This is from NBC News. Filmmaker Rob Reiner, his wife Michelle Singer Reiner, found dead Sunday, according to a source. Source said the couple appeared to have died from stab wounds. Los Angeles police say they responded to a report of two deceased at Reiner's Brentwood home, but did not identify them initially. Paramedics were called. A few minutes later, police were called. The investigation has continued throughout the night, and according to NBC News, some family members will be interviewed, but that would be normal. There is another story, and this is from the New York Post. Let me read you this. Legendary director Rob Reiner and his longtime wife have been found stabbed to death inside their Brentwood home, and investigators are eyeing the couple's troubled adult son as a person of interest, according to law enforcement sources. The Los Angeles Fire Department told NBC News Los Angeles that a 78-year-old man and a 68-year-old woman were found dead inside. It was later determined that it was the longtime couple married in 89. The couple's 32-year-old son and screenwriter, Nick Reiner, said to be a person of interest in the deadly stabbing, sources added. So, what's going on with that? Very ugly attack. Apparently, his son, 32 years old, has battled drug addiction and homelessness in the past. So there is something going on there. I don't know if that will turn out to be, but at least in the initial going, police are saying a person of interest. Now, you say, well, I mean, why am I making a big deal about it? Well, he was, and let's just admit it, a very liberal member of Hollywood. There's no doubt about it. But he was also one of the great directors of our time. I used to joke around that it's really funny that our two greatest directors, one of them was Meathead, the other was Opie. And I'm telling you, when you look at his list of movies, I mean, I know that there's a movie among them that you liked. I mean, The Princess Bride, I think, you guys may disagree, but I think is a perfect movie. It's one of the best movies I've ever, it's one of my all-time favorites. He did that Billy Crystal movie. What was that called? I can't remember. With Meg Ryan. And so, there's that. I mean, he's got a whole list. I'm trying to find the official list, but I do not find it. But anyway, you have to look at his complete lineup, and you look at it and you say, yeah, he was, by any way you want to cut it, a great director. Oh, A Few Good Men. There's one. I mean, who doesn't love that movie with Tom Cruise? That's a great movie. He was the director. So there you go. Again, more tragic news. This time from Brown University in Rhode Island, if you don't know where that is. Gunman killed 2 students and seriously wounded at least 9 others in a mass shooting at Brown University campus in Providence, Rhode Island, sparking a search for the killer that extended to the Sunday, this according to USA Today. This is a sad deal. They had, you may have heard if you've been following this story yesterday, they had a suspect, and it looked like they were, talking to this person of interest, and now that person of interest has been released. We don't know if that person is still a person of interest. We are not sure. But at this point, they are said to be still looking for the shooter. 2 students dead, 9 people injured, mass shooting, Brown University. Shooting happened during a review session led by a teaching assistant for the final exams and a principal of economics course who was taught by Rachel Friedberg. Friedberg wasn't there. The room where the session was taking place has stadium seating. You've seen, classrooms like that with stadium seating, doors at the top, the person leading the instruction at the bottom. The shooter came through the doors, yelled something mumbled something is what some people said, and then started shooting. The teaching assistant couldn't remember what the shooter yelled. Students started to scramble to try to get away, trying to get lower down in the stadium seating, and people got shot. Very sad situation there. But again, we don't really know who in the world is responsible for it, and they continue to look for the shooter in Rhode Island. And then we turn, oh my gosh, this is a sad deal. What has happened in Australia, which is, it is a political, racist attack against Jewish families at a place called Bondi Beach, where Jewish families had gathered to celebrate the beginning of Hanukkah. 15 people, including 1 gunman, killed in a targeted terrorist attack against the Jewish community during a Hanukkah celebration at Sydney's Bondi Beach on Sunday evening. This according to redstate.com. 6:45 local time, Archer Park near the Bondi Pavilion. Over 1,000 people had gathered for an event known as Hanukkah by the Sea. The event was to celebrate the first night of the Jewish holiday, Hanukkah, The 2 armed men broke the peaceful celebration when they began to open fire from a bridge. 1 gunman reportedly killed, another taken into custody in critical condition. And if you've seen any of the video, you have to just, I mean, it is one of the bravest acts I think I've ever seen, where a man, unarmed, sneaks up behind one of the shooters and takes them down, rips the gun away from him, and holds him. I think it looks like he got shot. It's really hard to tell, but it looks like the shooter got shot by his own gun. But it was an incredible act of heroism in Sydney as they took down. I mean, went after a guy that had a shotgun, completely unarmed, and disarmed the guy. It was one of the bravest things I think I've ever seen. But the sad news here around the holidays, and one of the stories that I read said that the Israelis had sent up a warning to the Australians about this particular case. We said it was predictable. They thought it was going to happen, and apparently they say, in some of the initial reporting I'm reading this morning, that they did send up a flare to the Australian authorities about what they thought might happen, that indeed did happen. Sad days. Right now, take a quick look at what's going on in traffic and weather at 16 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock.
So far, so good this morning on Nashville area roadways. As we've been saying, though, it is a bit on the chilly side, so you may want to hop in that car, get her warmed up before you try taking off. But again, traffic looking good thus far this morning. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay Harper. Good to have you in the house today.
Thank you there, Brian. Happy to be here.
Did you survive the cold coming in this morning?
Yeah. You know, Sam and I were talking. I'm one of those guys that had the single-digit reading on my thermometer on my truck this morning in Murfreesboro, 9 degrees when I hopped in this morning.
I mean, that's brutal. I had to get out. You know what happens when you get the cold weather? It seems like every year you have to put a lot of air in your tires.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I keep 40 in PSI in the tires in my truck, and this morning the reading said they were at 33.
Yeah, I know. You have to sometimes put air in it. So Cabana wife has a slow leak in her car, and so I have to keep going out. Yesterday, I went out to put air in the tire. It's about as cold as I've ever been.
It hurts to breathe. You can feel it in your lungs.
When I weighed 80 pounds heavier, I guess I had a lot more body heat. I don't know. It hurts when you're skinny.
A little more insulation. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a quality problem for sure. I was just mentioning a moment ago some of the movies, and I couldn't find it where I had written it down. Here are some of the movies that Rob Reiner brought us. This is Spinal Tap, which is a sort of it was the first mockumentary that set the pace for things like The Office that came later. And if you're in the music industry, everybody this is one of those movies that they watch on the bus. Everybody loves This is Spinal Tap. When Harry Met Sally, that's the movie I was trying to remember, with Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan. Classic movie. I've always admired the movie The Princess Bride, and for me, if I'm looking for something to watch and I come across A Few Good Men, I just stop. It's just drop the remote. You've got to sit and watch this because it was so good. Cruise versus Nicholson. I mean, that courtroom scene just crackled and sizzled. It was just so good. But, I mean, he brought us a lot of great movies. Now, were his politics to the left? Absolutely, no doubt about it. But this is, I always try, and people, say, well, why do you support? I don't connect politics with somebody's creative ability. Like if there's a singer out there who's very liberal, I'll give you an example. A singer that I greatly admire, and I love her music, and I think she puts great stuff, and I think I've bought just about everything she's ever put out. Sheryl Crow. Now, Sheryl Crow is very left. She's very much to the left. I don't care. I like her music. Okay, Rob Reiner, is he way to the left? Yeah. But, I mean, Is there anything that's particularly political, leftist about A Few Good Men? It's just a good story. It's just, it's a rom-com. Harry Met Sally. I can appreciate their creative talent, even if I deeply disagree with them on a political level, which indeed I really do. I'm telling you right now, this is a sad day to lose that and to have it as it is beginning to shape up. And who knows? No arrests have been made in that particular case, but particularly tragic if it was his 32-year-old son, who apparently has had some problems with being homeless at times, being addicted to drugs. One hopes that the police can get to the bottom of that, but it's a very sad thing. And these other things that are going on, goodness gracious, you just hate to see this kind of thing during the holidays, but they're so, it is the emblematic of the times we live in, especially this thing in Sydney, which, I think is something that soft targets, it could happen here just as easily as it happened in Australia by evil, motivated people who want to do harm because of someone's religious background, because they attacked simply because they are Jewish. Just wrong. 21 minutes now past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis on a cold Monday, December 15th.
Brian, coming up here at the bottom of the hour, we will have the latest on that deadly attack you've been referencing in Australia. And also here in the U.S., another state is banning cell phones in the classroom. We'll have those stories and more on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Let's call it 26 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Very cold morning, 14 degrees. Bundle up. Try to stay warm. It'll hurt you. Take care of your animals. I mean, I know I always hate to be that guy that brings you that, do the things that just make common sense. But, think about your animal friends and make sure that they're okay as well. Because, this is the kind of weather that can really, really, really hurt you. I read somewhere where the coldest December day in like 5 years we had yesterday. So try to stay warm. Hey, listen, you want some good news, something that'll warm you up a little bit, make you feel nice and fuzzy? Nothing says good news like getting a big refund. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent now saying that working Americans are set to get very large refunds in next year as the tax cuts that were enabled in the Republican-backed One Big Beautiful Bill are set to go into effect. We're going to see about $100 to $150 billion in refund, which would come down to something like $1,000 to $2,000 per household, Bessent told an NBC affiliate station reporter while in Pennsylvania on Wednesday. American workers haven't yet adjusted their tax withholding, meaning that the refunds will be coming during the tax year. After the refunds, their withholdings are likely to change so that less tax is taken from each paycheck. I've always felt if you really wanted to get people to do something about the level of our federal taxes, quit having it taken out of your paycheck automatically and make everybody write a quarterly check to the IRS. That'd be a pain, wouldn't it? But if you had to write that check for that big amount every quarter that you send uncle, there'd be a lot of screaming and hollering. The fact that it comes out of your paycheck sort of quietly behind the scenes and you're left whatever, the uncle doesn't take, or if you live in a state where they take income tax, thank goodness we don't live there. But, when it's there, they take it all out. You don't notice it as much. But, boy, if you had to write a check for that, it certainly would get everybody's attention. And I guarantee you Americans would be up in arms about having to write those checks on a regular basis. But I'm really glad this is what I want. You get your withholding adjusted a little bit. You'll start bringing a little more money. They say that basically it could bring you tax cuts in the neighborhood for average working Americans of somewhere between $1,600 to $2,000. Now, what is that going to do? It's going to, I think, jumpstart the economy. People have money to spend, and that will really help. This transition that we're going through right now with the economy, it's not without a few bumps in the road. But if we can have the patience to endure the bumps in the road and try to resolve them as they arise, and keep moving in the direction that we're going, I think ultimately we're going to find that we are changing sort of the economics of how the country is run, but it'll be more secure and more stable. And in the long run, I think we're all going to be happy if we're paying less. I know I will be. And on that happy note, let's call it 5:30 time with the news with Jay Harper.
It is 5:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll have some traffic and a rather chilly forecast for you coming up. Police in New South Wales, Australia, say at least 15 people were killed yesterday as two gunmen opened fire at Australia's Bondi Beach in an attack that targeted a Jewish event. Police said one of the alleged gunmen is also dead. More details now from ABC's Faith Abube. She is in Australia.
This tragedy is shaking a nation that has some of the toughest gun laws in the world.
If there's anything we can do, I'm certainly up for it.
But now the Prime Minister is proposing even tighter controls, including limits on the number of firearms a person can register and regular checks on licenses over time.
Police say 42 people were injured in the attack, the victims ranging in age from 10 to 87. Well, family members now confirm that director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, were found dead in their Los Angeles home on Sunday. ABC's Danny New looks back at Reiner's incredible career in Hollywood.
You are a meathead.
Back in the 70s, after finding national stardom as the recipient of Archie Bunker's affectionate nicknames on All in the Family.
You know what we do?
Put it up to
11, exactly.
Reiner would emerge as a versatile director with his documentary about a fake band, This Is Spinal Tap. From there, he would continue to rattle off hit after hit with memorable films such as Stand By Me.
Score another win for chalkboards over screens. ABC's Wayne Cabot says another state is saying lock up those cell phones during the school day.
The new law in North Carolina starting January 1st. The governor's office putting out a video to explain the reasoning for this, knowing some kids don't like it, but featuring teachers who've done this with great results, they say, and also parents like David Greer of Chapel Hill.
There are enough screens in society and in school. We think kids ought to be engaged with learning and listening to their teacher, maybe not looking at a screen.
31 states have cell phone bans or limits in schools.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. At 36 minutes past 5 a.m., hardly anybody on our roadways, so that means everything's all clear. We're looking good in the metro area. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 36 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson, still, I'm still sort of wiping that stuff out of the corner of my eye. Excuse me, so we wake up. This is an ungodly hour. 5:36, cold outside. Get ready to bundle up. Get some gloves, get a scarf. This is no day to go out and ill-prepared because it's going to be cold. High today of 40, but right now, some people reporting single digits as they drove in this morning to Nashville. I want to talk about what's going on in the swamp, if I could, this morning, and talk about, you'll love this. Have we ever had a press secretary who was better than Caroline Leavitt in telling our side of the story? I think she's remarkably good. She gets a lot of flack from the left. The left doesn't like her, of course. A lot of reporters, and who have to cover the White House don't care much for her because she's so aggressive. But she's what is the job of the press secretary? To go out and defend and talk about the things that the administration is doing, the policies of the administration. You are the spokesperson for their point of view. And I've been in that room, in that White House briefing room, asking questions of press secretaries on both sides of the equation. It's just, but there's nothing wrong with asking a hard question. But this exchange between Caroline Leavitt and CNN's Caitlin Collins is just legendarily good. It's so good. Here is Caroline Leavitt sort of pushing back as the CNN reporter is asking about, the economy and the cost of goods, et cetera, trying to make the case that the economy is not getting better and inflation is not getting better. And Caroline Leavitt was having none of it.
It wasn't high under Biden. They're just saying it's not.
Well, nobody reported on it being high under Biden. My predecessor was standing at this podium, but now you want to ask me a lot of questions about it, which I'm happy to answer. But I will just add, there's a lot more scrutiny on this issue from this press corps than there was. Well, and the previous administration said that too. My predecessor stood up at this podium and she said inflation doesn't exist. She said the border was secure. And people like you just took her at her word. And those were two utter lies. Everything I'm telling you is the truth backed by real factual data. And you just don't want to report on it because you want to push untrue narratives about the president.
She's right about that. I mean, really, she has when she comes to the podium and she tells you something is this way, she backs it up with facts. And we did have Jen Psaki, who was not a very good press secretary in the regard that she would look at you straight in the eye and say things that you knew were not true. Like, we don't have any inflation. It's transitory. It went up to 9%. That's not transitory. So, she's absolutely right. And nobody challenges her. When I was a reporter, if I went to a source, Democrat or Republican, and I've had this happen with both, and you say to that person, "Hey, listen, what's the deal on this?" And they give you something, and you say, "Is that reliable? Can I use that?" And they say, "Yeah, you can use it. Just don't name where you got it." And sometimes you cut that deal if you think the information comes from a reliable source, but then later you find out it's not true at all. Well, the first thing I would do is I would go back to that source and have a very serious conversation about, you told me this, and that turns out not to be the case. Why did you tell me that? And it also tells you that person who gave you the information is you should no longer consider that person a reliable source, and you shouldn't go back to that well. A little hard sometimes to report on the White House without having to deal with the White House press secretary. That's kind of that they're the keeper of the gate. We have the information, but I do think this is a serious problem. That some reporters on the left, they know that what they're being told is absolute hooey, and they don't care. They just don't care. They're going to report it because it feeds the narrative that they want to put out there, and that's not good journalism. That is being one-sided and not up the middle. Caroline Leavitt, she's I think about as solid a press secretary as I have witnessed in my days, and I like her a lot. Let's see what else we got here. This story in the swamp. Republicans are pitching a second, smaller partisan bill to address the issue of affordability. Affordability is the big word right now in Washington. Everybody talking about we got to make things more affordable. Apparently, the Democrats think that's going to be the big winning thing for the midterm elections. And Trump, to his credit, is doing what I think he's right. He says, "Look, we've already done some big things. They just haven't kicked in yet." You know, there's a moment, there's some latency in that whole process where you may, give people tax cuts in the big, beautiful bill. And you may say, we're not going to tax tips. You might say, hey, your Social Security, we're not going to tax that. And you give all that. But it hasn't happened yet. It happens starting next year. So we'll have 10 or 11 months before we have to go to the midterm elections. By the middle of 26, the things that Donald Trump got in that big, beautiful bill will start paying dividends. It's got to be good. The economy is just going to be supercharged, I think, by the things that they have done there. People are going to have more of their money in their pocket. But in the meantime, the Democrats feel like, they're really making some points by talking about affordability, and it's making the Republicans a little nervous. We can't afford to lose too many seats, especially in the House of Representatives. So some Republicans hoping to pursue a legislative package where they can say they did something, because you got to protect your cushy job. Trump said last week the Republicans don't need it because we got everything in the major tax cut, but calls to flex legislative muscle on affordability issues have come from inside and outside Congress, as some Republicans argued the party didn't do enough to sell the mega bill to the American public. So there you have it. We'll see whether or not that's going to happen. But, they're squirming, and they don't need to squirm. They need to have some confidence. History teaches us that when you cut taxes, the people prosper. Universally, I've never seen it not work. Cutting taxes is a great way to do it, and the Trump tax cuts are going to have a real beneficial effect on many working American women, and it will be palpable. It will be noticeable. It will be money in your bank account that wasn't there before. Just hold the thought. Have a little patience. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. While we're talking about the swamp, this is an old story, and one that I covered a lot when I was in Washington, and it was just so maddening to know that nothing was being done. When you had Obama in office and Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State, I always felt it was sort of untoward. Apparently, and at the time we had the emails, we saw the emails, it was happening, that if you wanted something from the State Department, well, you would have a pretty good chance of getting what you wanted if you made a healthy donation to the Clinton Foundation that Bubba was still running while Hillary was Secretary of State. Yeah, there was a this for that kind of thing. Oh, you need a meeting at the State Department? We can arrange that. But the way it got arranged was you had to make a big donation to the Clinton Foundation, which, to my knowledge, I don't think the Clinton Foundation ever really was a charity. I think it was just a way to fund the Clintons' lifestyle. Because I don't think that a lot of the money that was given to the Clinton Foundation actually went to do any good. Every once in a while they do something, but I think it really, it's one of those charities where I felt like Clinton Foundation was probably not giving as much of the money that was donated to the causes that they said that they cared about as they were to the Clintons. Now comes this. from justthenews.com. And again, it comes from one of really the source of this is a very solid individual on the Republican side of the equation in the U.S. Senate. You've heard me talk about him before. Chuck Grassley. He's the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And, you know, Chuck Grassley is an old guy. He's basically a farmer who has become the chairman of a very powerful committee, the Judiciary Committee, even though he's not a lawyer. And I love Chuck Grassley because here's the thing about Chuck Grassley. When he says it, he can back it up. If he tells you something, you talk about a reliable source. Over the years, if Chuck Grassley told me something, you know, you could take that to the bank. He wasn't messing around with you, and he wouldn't say things if he didn't have the stuff to back it up. Listen to this. Top Republican senators provided Just the News a timeline written by FBI investigators laying out the repeated political obstruction of agents who they got from their own bosses who blocked them, and the Justice Department blocked them during the 2016 election and beyond as they probed whether Hillary Clinton engaged in a pay-to-play corruption scheme involving the Family Foundation. Field agents were, quote, this is a quote, field agents were frustrated, but HQ would not let it go forward, the newly released lengthy investigative timeline reveals. We were trying to explore the Clinton Foundation, and the agents were told no by FBI headquarters. Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley made the records produced to him by FBI Director Kash Patel and Attorney General Pam Bondi, available to Just the News this weekend. This follows Patel's unearthing of a shorter timeline written in 2017, which chronicled the extensive stonewalling that Bureau investigators in 3 cities faced from Obama-era DOJ and the FBI during the 2016 election. That's right. FBI agents, they believe me, when I looked at this story when it was percolating way back in, 15 and 16 and 17, there was a lot of there, an awful lot of there. And you kept wondering, why in the world can't they bring a case against this? Well, the FBI headquarters, you're talking about people like, FBI Director Andrew McCabe, Deputy Director, and Comey and all those guys. And then Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates, who was definitely Obama protector, jumped in, and a Democrat protector, jumped in and said that shut that investigation down. Altogether, they write, and this is where it comes together, the evidence makes clear that the DOJ, former Deputy FBI Director Andrew McCabe, and other officials within the FBI placed hurdles in front of agents who believed they had evidence to justify a public integrity criminal case. It was, I think it always was, pay for play. If you wanted to do business with the State Department, and there's a lot of business to be done through the State Department, you had to go through the clearinghouse was making a big donation to the Clinton Foundation. You make a donation to the Clinton Foundation, and you could get that meeting over at the State Department that you needed with the Secretary of State or somebody else. So, and there was enough evidence that the agents in the field thought they could make a case, and they were told repeatedly, shut it down. 50 minutes now past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis.
More, I guess it's time for me. More reaction on, I'm still getting in the groove here in the morning. More reaction on that deadly attack in Australia. And we'll also have this morning's market numbers report. Yeah, that's coming up at the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
There you go. The Christmas music has begun. I love it, though. I mean, I this time of year, I used to be one of those people, don't play Christmas music till we get like the week out. But I've softened on that point. I really like listening to Christmas music. We had our little gathering, our little holiday gathering at the house, and friends came over. And in years past, one of the things that we've always tried to do is have great music there. And this year, we did something a little different. I hired a guy to come in and play the piano, and he's very good, a guy named Dusty Knapp. Merry Christmas, Dusty. Great job. And he comes in and he plays, and then we did, instead of having somebody perform beyond Dusty, we decided to do a Christmas Carol sing-along. And, some people grabbed guitars, and we had a little keyboard action going there, and I didn't know how it was going to go over. I thought, well, are people going to roll their eyes? I'm not doing that, but people really jumped in and embraced it, and everybody really loved it. They loved, singing Christmas carols. We should do more of that. Here's something that indicates that there's something maybe going on in America that's positive this Christmas. Listeners are embracing Christmas music earlier than ever, playing more of it on December 19th of 2019. Back in 2019, 14 holiday songs were in the top 50 on Spotify. On December 1 of this year, the tally was already 30. So that what that suggests is that the stuff that people are streaming, the music that they're streaming, a lot more people at this time of year are now streaming Christmas music than in the past. What's going on with that? By December since 20 of the 25 tracks were top 25 tracks were Christmas themed. By the 10th of December, 25 of the tracks were Christmas themed of the top 20 of the 25. The only non-holiday songs able to withstand the deluge of Christmas music was The Fate of Ophelia by Taylor Swift and Golden from the Netflix movie K-pop Demon Hunters. Everything else was Christmas music. So what's going on? Why are people so, drawn to it now in ways that they weren't in the past? Is it that more people are just moving to Spotify and streaming music than they were in 2019? That could be part of it, but I think there's something going on in America. I do believe, as much as, the news today has been so depressing, what with the murder of Rob Reiner and the shooting at Brown University and the horrible thing that happened in Australia, that terrorist attack that took place there, 15 people dead. It's nice to stop and think that maybe there is something also positive going on in the world right now, and people are being drawn to their faith. They're embracing Christmas time, which is a celebration of the birth of our Savior, more than they have in the past. I don't know what it is, but I do detect it. Now, if we could just do something, as much as I'm, in favor of Christmas music and if we could just do something about the Hallmark Channel. I don't think I'm alone here. It starts like at Halloween. Well, it actually starts in the middle of the summer when they have, hey, it's Christmas in July. It starts then. And really, you go to the Hallmark, it's Christmas all year long, and really in the Hallmark Channel. If we could solve that problem, I just think America would be a better place. I look at it, and 2 minutes into those things, and Cabana Life loves them. I can't get it. But 2 minutes into those, I can tell you exactly how the whole story's going to go. And there'll be a moment where the boy should kiss the girl, but he doesn't do it. And then there's a terrible misunderstanding. And sometimes there are princes involved. I don't know why so many princes are involved. But if we could do something about that, Christmas would be just about perfect. So on that note, listen, Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, who's going to take some time off this week. And I'm going to be in here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, I'm in for Chris Hand. Friday, I'll be back in for Dan Mandis. And we'll be on quite a bit between now and the end of the year, filling in for various people on the station. So glad to be with you on this chilly Monday morning. Stay warm. Time for the news on Super Talk 99.7 with Jay Harper.
It is 6 a.m., and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A weather forecast and a traffic report are on the way. Hanukkah, which lasts 8 days and is one of the most widely observed Jewish holidays, began yesterday in New York City, increasing security at Hanukkah events after 2 gunmen opened fire at Australia's Bondi Beach in an attack Sunday the police say targeted a Jewish event. New Yorker Edward Zonderling at a Hanukkah event in Manhattan called the Bondi shooting a double blow. Zonderling tells ABC News he used to live in Australia and is an alumnus of Brown University, the scene of another deadly mass shooting on Saturday.
Bondi, that's the largest Jewish community in Australia, and it was a place where refugees settled after World War II because it was as far as possible from all of that stuff.
Right now in Nashville, drivers on Lebanon Pike may notice changes as part of Mayor Freddie O'Connor's Choose How You Move transportation plan. The mayor says smart signal technology has been added to 36 intersections that adjust timing based on real-time traffic, reducing congestion and improving safety. Hopefully.
This new technology also means fewer surprises and fewer headaches for Nashvillians. Instead of waiting for someone to report or notice that a signal is out, NDOT will know instantly and can respond faster to fix it.
That's all part of a citywide effort to modernize nearly 600 intersections. We now turn to the Market Numbers Report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
After a rough end to last week, stock futures point to a higher opening today. The Dow Jones on Friday gave up 246 points, about 0.5%, to close at 48,458. The S&P fell 1%, the Nasdaq Composite 1.7%. A new poll from the AP shows most Americans feeling the pressure of higher prices for everything from gifts to groceries. About half say it's harder this year to afford presents. Nearly 70% rate the economy as poor. Some shoppers are turning to ChatGPT and Google's Gemini to help in the hunt for the perfect present. Salesforce expects AI to drive $263 billion in global online holiday sales this year, representing 21% of the season's total. Denny's claims to have the perfect gift for pancake lovers. Limited edition high-top sneakers made with real maple syrup sealed inside the shoe. Sticky Kicks will be available in men's sizes 8 to 13 for $195.
Now let's take a look at the stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow's up 249, the S&P up 35 and a quarter, the Nasdaq up 144 3/4. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. We have picked up a minor crash in the Inglewood area, not affecting traffic really all that much, but we do have a crash, Gallatin Pike at Hart Lane. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, good morning, everybody. 6 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson coming to you from bucolic Watertown. My studio is appropriately festooned with a Christmas tree. There is, in the background, if you look on Super Talk TV, you will also see a visitor in the back. Well, there's two visitors. Buddy the Elf is making an appearance in the background, and the cutest French bulldog known to mankind is sleeping on the couch. So glad that you're with us here. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. I think I misspoke in the last hour. I double-checked my schedule. I am here Monday through Thursday for Dan, and then on Friday I'll be in for Chris Hand. So going to be on a lot this week. People say, let us know when you're going to be on. Well, I'm going to be on. Love to have you listen in as we try to, knock the rust off this old retirement voice and try to give you a decent show. Here we go. I want to talk about the issue of immigration. Well, let's start first of all. I want to talk about the situation with the Trump war on narco terrorists. And I want to get to this point where we're talking about something that Trump has said that seems to concern a lot of people. He says, look, we're going to start this whole thing. We're going to start by land. Pretty quick. We're gonna be going after the narco terrorists on land. And here's what he said. Listen carefully.
Do you intend on seizing more oil assets from Venezuela and other tankers?
I wouldn't tell you that. I mean, it wouldn't be very smart for me to tell you that. We're supposed to be a little bit secretive. You're a very big-time reporter, and I don't think I want to tell a big-time reporter or a small-time reporter that. But we are knocking out drugs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We knocked out 96% of the drugs coming in by water, and nobody can figure out who the 4%. I wouldn't want to be the 4% either, but 96% of the drugs coming in by water. Every one of those boats you see get shut down, you just saved 25,000 American lives. But we knocked out 96% of the drugs coming in by water. And now we're starting by land. And by land is a lot easier. And that's going to start happening. And we're not going to have people destroying our youth, destroying our families. Thinking about youth, everybody. You ever see a family with the fentanyl or cocaine? Colombia has at least 3 cocaine factories. That's a different country. We're not happy about it, but we're stopping it. And we've stopped it now on water. You don't even find boats on water. You don't even see fishing boats on water. You want to go fishing?
Well, I mean, he's right. They have shut down the water, and he said, we're going to move to land. Everybody's like, oh, we're going to put boots on the ground. No, I don't think that's what he's talking about at all. It's simply that we now know if they've shut down on water, what are the drug cartels going to do? They're absolutely going to move a different direction. They're going to try to bring it in by land. Well, here's the thing about bringing it in by land, something that I think is very helpful. It makes it, he says it's easier on land. Here's why. I remember, listening to Norman Schwarzkopf talk about, linear, anything linear. For example, if you want to shut down your enemy, you go after things that are linear. You go after railroad crossings. You can take them out. Now they can be rebuilt pretty quickly. Same things that go. If you want to take out a runway, it's going to take it down for a while. It's going to go down, but it slows your enemy. And here's the other thing: if they're on roads, then you're not searching across a vast ocean to find them. They're going to be on the roads. They're easier to find. So I think what he's talking about is continuing the same kind of attacks that we now have on boats, on the kinds of on the kinds of vehicles that they can now transport them by. They find them on the roads, do the same thing. I don't think we're talking boots on the ground here. I think we're talking about focusing on the very narrow choke points that the cartels will have to use to move their drugs if they can't go across the water. And as far as the tanker, he said he didn't really talk like he was going to be doing that again, although, he did say, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. That's going to be my secret. Doesn't make any sense for me to tell you what my plans are. And he's right. But I like what he's doing. I don't have any problem with going after the tanker. You got to choke Maduro's source of money. Maduro is crooked. He's in the pocket of the cartels, and we need to do this. And Trump is right. When you stop a drug boat, you are saving American lives, and we should be getting about defending that and defending our president. And everybody says, "Oh well, where's the War Powers Act? The War Powers Act? The War Powers Act?" Enough of that. Nobody knows whether the War Powers Act is even constitutional. It's never been challenged. Presidents don't want to challenge it because they like ignoring it. Congress doesn't want to challenge it because they're afraid that it'll be found unconstitutional. So it's in this sort of catch-22 where they never really decide whether it's constitutional or not. Most presidents, Democrat and Republican alike, have had the ability to conduct limited operations by informing Congress afterwards, consistent with the requirements of the War Powers Act. That's the phrase of art. I am giving you this information consistent, not because I have to, presidents would say, but because I want to just, make sure that you're informed and make a nod in that direction. So consistent with the War Powers Act, here is the information about what's going on. These meetings are going on behind closed doors. Predictably, the Republicans are coming out and saying, positive things, and Democrats are saying horrible things about what they're going on. But you know what? It's no different than what Obama did. It's no different than what Biden did. It's no different than what Clinton did. It's no different than what W did. I mean, we have been carrying out strikes against the national security threats for years. Why is it okay to go after a terrorist in Syria or a terrorist training camp somewhere in Africa, but not okay to go after people who also threaten us by bringing drugs into this country? I can't find the logic in that argument. And other news regarding immigration. I got a ton of stuff about immigration. Let's start down the pathway here. This story is infuriating. This is one of those stories that'll make you mad. The Department of Transportation under President Donald Trump has announced new action, according to The Blaze, against another Democrat-led state, claiming it is illegally issuing non-domiciled commercial driver license, the so-called CDL license, so you can drive the big rigs up and down the road. On Friday morning, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy revealed that an audit, listen to this, from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration found that over half of New York State's non-domiciled CDLs were issued illegally. The audit sampled 200 records, and of the 200, discovered that 107, or 53%, were issued in violation of federal law. What we uncovered in New York, they said, was not an administrative oversight. There are reportedly 32,000 active non-domiciled CDLs that were issued by the state of New York, putting them on the roadways. They can't read English. They can't speak English. They can't read a map. They are a danger, as we have seen in many cases, because they're ill-trained, and somehow these CDL licenses are being given out to people who they should not be given. And it's a systemic failure, quote, a systemic failure that allows the state to blindly grant long-term commercial driving privileges to foreigners that expire long after the expiration of their lawful presence in the country. Additionally, the department claimed that New York failed to provide any evidence that it had verified the lawful presence of foreign individuals before giving them the CDL licenses. In some instances, New York allegedly relied on expired lawful present documents to issue licenses. Anybody shows up, we're going to give you one of these licenses. 53% of those that were issued out of New York were issued, according to the Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy, illegally. But the Trump administration is doing a lot about this particular issue. I'll tell you more about that in just a moment. Right now, time to check our traffic and our weather. 15 minutes now past the hour. Looking for a high today of 40. And, man, that'll be so much better than what we've had. Right now, we got a temperature of 14 degrees. Some people saying, as they drove in this morning, that their cars were telling them that the temperatures were in the single digits. But 40 today, 50 tomorrow, 50 on Wednesday. By Thursday, maybe a little rain moving in, but we'll be at 57 degrees. So it'll get better. But in the meantime, you really need to bundle up. This is the kind of cold that can absolutely hurt you. Here we're talking about these drivers truck drivers on the road who are there illegally, and what the Trump administration is doing to try to solve that problem. First of all, they're really cracking down on New York, which apparently decided that to issue licenses to 53% of the licenses that were issued to people who should not have them because they're in this country illegally. Total, more than 9,500 commercial truckers have been taken off of U.S. roads for failing English language proficiency checks, this according to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. We've now knocked 9,500 truck drivers out of service for failing to speak our national language, which is English. This administration will always put you and your family's safety first. And so, that's good. I mean, if you cannot read English, if you cannot speak English, you can't function to deliver a load safely where it needs to go. And I think there's also a real question about the qualifications of some of these drivers to drive these rigs, thousands and thousands of pounds of big rig going down the road can be so dangerous. Sharing the road with families, and these people were out there in huge number. My administration, says Duffy, will enforce the law to protect the safety of American truck drivers, passengers, and others by upholding the safety enforcement regulations that ensure that anyone behind the wheel of a commercial vehicle is properly qualified and proficient in our national language, which is English. This is only common sense. The Department of Transportation, the Federal Transportation Department, has uncovered systemic noncompliance in, Colorado, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Texas, surprisingly, and Washington State, not compliant with federal regulations. Duffy has already removed 3,000 training providers from commercial people who train who were not following the rules the way they should. They've been put out of business. Also on immigration, Zoran Mamdani is now suggesting that when he becomes the mayor, that ICE agents may be arrested instead of illegal aliens. That's right. New York City Mayor-elect Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani responded to questions on Wednesday about whether the NYPD could arrest immigration and custom enforcement agents under his leadership. And he said, yes, that could happen. I've also heard you say that no one's above the law and anyone can be held accountable. That goes for the President of the United States. It also goes for ICE agents. And Dom said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is there a scenario under which the NYPD would arrest ICE agents on the streets for behavior toward immigrants? Mamdani replied by reiterating, my focus is for the NYPD to not be assisting ICE in their immigration enforcement and to actually be following the policies of sanctuary city law. And I do believe that for law to have meaning, there has to be accountability for all of us, hinting that when he becomes mayor, He may go after ICE instead of after the illegal immigrants in his country. This is going to be a disaster. I can't. It's going to be so sad to see this great city tumble under this and crumble under the leadership of Zoran Mamdani. It's going to be a mess. It's just going to be a mess. Illegals in Minnesota. Here's another one of those stories that makes you mad. To get $107 million in taxpayer-funded health care benefits this year. That's one state. Minnesota State Representative Isaac Schultz criticized a state program that will provide taxpayer-funded health benefits to illegal aliens, warning the policy will impose a significant financial burden on residents and could encourage additional illegal immigration to the state of Minnesota. This would make Minnesota a magnet for more illegal immigrants. Well, sure, if you can go to Minnesota and get free health care benefits, why wouldn't you do it? Minnesota is completely out of control. And by the way, as long as we're talking about things that are just wrong, this judge that released Kilmar Abrego Garcia, Judge Paula Zinnes of the District of Maryland, an Obama appointee, has ordered the Trump administration to release Garcia. The thing I don't understand is apparently they're talking about, well, there were certain files that weren't made and certain representations that weren't made, and so they had to let him go. But as I understand it, the reason that the reports had not been done is they were in process. They were working on them. I don't understand this one. And here's Chief Border Patrol Agent Greg Bovino saying on Friday that adjudicated MS-13 member Kilmar Abrego Garcia will be removed from the United States once he is legally eligible for deportation following a federal court order that resulted in Garcia's release from immigration detention. This guy should be behind bars. He should be removed from the country. I'm hoping that that this case will be appealed and Kilmar Abrego Garcia will again be behind bars and deported from this country. He needs to go. He needs to go. 22 minutes now past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll have the latest on the mass shootings at Brown University and in Australia. Again, that's coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 29 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah to those who are of the Jewish faith who are celebrating Hanukkah. We will continue throughout the morning to keep you alert on the three big breaking stories that tragic the news during the holidays. Number one is the apparent shocking stabbing murder of Rob Reiner, noted director and actor, and his wife, and there are some reports, and they're just early reports, and no charges have been brought, but police have been talking to his 32-year-old son, who apparently had some issues with homelessness and drug abuse. Don't know if that's going to be what happened, but boy, what a tragic thing that is. Also watching very closely the investigation into the murders on Brown University. They're still looking for the gunman. And of course, the tragic incident that occurred over the weekend in Australia against a Jewish faith community there. We're watching that story as well. Right now, time for the news with Jay Harper on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll have your weather forecast and a traffic report on the way. Authorities in Rhode Island have released an individual who had been a person of interest in Saturday's mass shooting at Brown University. That shooting killed 2 students and left 9 others injured. ABC's Whit Johnson is in Rhode Island.
This was supposed to be a joyful time. People were finishing up final exams. They were making plans to go see their families. This is a very safe place. And we've talked to these students who were just completely in shock.
I'm shocked, but I'm not surprised. And I think that that's probably a sentiment that a lot of students also have here.
We heard from one student who was a survivor of the Parkland shooting nearly 8 years ago.
Now, police in New South Wales, Australia, say at least 15 people were killed on Sunday as 2 gunmen opened fire at Australia's Bondi Beach. Police said one of the alleged gunmen is also dead. More details from ABC's Faith Abube. She is in Australia.
Police confirmed the Jewish community was the intended target.
You could just hear the gunshots and they're just so loud. And we didn't know which way that they were shooting, so we were like running on the open road.
Video shows the suspect, a 50-year-old father, and his son, 24 years old, perched atop a pedestrian bridge firing long guns. Police killed the father at the scene while his son is in critical but stable condition.
Police say 42 people were injured in that attack, the victims ranging in age from 10 to 87. Taking a look at the stock futures now before the opening bell, the Dow up 221, the S&P's up 32, and the NASDAQ up 130.5. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. They're on the way. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Still trying to clear a couple of wrecks, really not causing that much disruption to traffic. However, the crashes are there. One at Gallatin Pike at Hart Lane, the other in Smyrna, 24 westbound, right near the Almaville Road exit at exit 70. And we are seeing the normal slowdown starting to build north of the city at that 2465 merge there near Trinity Lane. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's 37 minutes past the hour. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis on Nashville's Morning News. He'll be back on Friday, I think. I'm filling in a lot between now and the end of the year for various people. As you know, folks got to get their vacation time in and they get a well-deserved break. So I'll be in quite a bit between now and the end of the year. Filling in Monday through Thursday for Dan here, and then on Friday for Chris And. I'll be doing some shows for Chad Benson, I think, next week. So I'll be around. It feels good. Get up, knock the rust off, and, I have things to say, even though I'm semi-retired now. I have things that I like to say, I need to say, and the bulldog really gets tired of listening to me, so glad to have somebody else. He wanders around the house muttering to himself and talking to the dog. That's what my life has become. We're still bringing you news information about this horrific stabbing attack against noted director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle, both dead. And this story from People.com. Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, were killed by their son. They quote exclusive sources here. And let me see if I can read a little into this. Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, singer Reiner, were found dead in their Los Angeles home Sunday, December 14th. Authorities responding to a medical aid call around 3:30 discovered their body. Multiple sources tell People that the killer was the couple's son, Nick Reiner. Nick Reiner previously spoke publicly about his long battle with drug addictions and periods of homelessness. Rob and his wife, Michelle, were killed by their son, Nick, according to multiple sources who have spoken with family members, but police have not yet confirmed the account. Police say Nick, age 32, is alive and being questioned. No arrests have been made. And, it is true that Rob Reiner was an extreme leftist. His politics were very far to the left. He wasn't too much different in his beliefs than that character, the meathead he portrayed on All in the Family. But he has, since about 1984, become one of our best directors. And, no doubt, Rob Reiner's name is attached to one of the movies. Of these movies, you've got to have one that you really like. I like them all. Spinal Tap, this is Spinal Tap, Stand By Me, 1986, Princess Bride in 1987, When Harry Met Sally in 1989, and I think maybe one of his best works at all, A Few Good Men in 1992, Tom Cruise, and John Nicholson. I'm telling you, that was a good one. I mean, that's a drop the remote kind of thing. When you see it on the TV, you got to stop and watch that. And, as I look at these movies, I don't see a particularly leftist lean to his movie offerings, which is why I sort of, separate a person's politics from their creative abilities. But, of course, his father is the legendary comedian Carl Reiner. Just sad. Rob and Michelle met when Rob directed When Harry Met Sally. They married in 1989 and had 3 children, including Nick, who apparently now is the main suspect. in this particular case. Also, the Australian attack, we're watching that this morning very closely. There's an updated bit of information. 16 people, now dead, including one of the suspected attackers after a terror attack at a Hanukkah event at Bondi Beach in Australia. Police say a father and son were behind the horrifying mass shootings that left 16 people dead and 40 people hospitalized during a Hanukkah celebration. New South Wales Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon said during a press conference that it was a 50-year-old man and his 24-year-old son that carried out the attack. We'll continue to watch that story as we go throughout the morning as well. A terrorist attack against a Jewish community that was celebrating Hanukkah in Australia. They apparently had guns that that were legally obtained. The father met the eligibility criteria for a hunting license used for recreational hunting. Still identified, the father was issued a Category AB firearms license, allowed him to possess long arms that he registered with the state there in Australia. So there you have that. Also, Brown University, watching that story this morning. Brown University, 2 dead, 9 injured. Gunman on the loose. Nobody knows where he is. They had a suspect. You may have heard in the reporting about that particular thing. They had a suspect, but the suspect has now been released. Whether that person is still a person of interest is unknown. And we'll hopefully get updates throughout the morning on all these 3 stories. I want to talk, if I could, about this particular story because I think this is something that really resonates with me and a lot of people of my ilk, of our ilk, let's put it that way. And it comes from the CEO of McDonald's. Fast food executive tells nearly 50,000 Instagram followers that they need to take ownership of their professional paths. I love this. McDonald's CEO Chris Kempczynski recently shared some blunt career advice and warned viewers it may hurt your feelings. In a video posted to his Instagram account earlier this week called Tough Love, Kempczynski encouraged people to take full ownership of their professional journeys rather than waiting for others to open their doors for them. Listen to the quote. The advice that I would give is, remember, nobody cares about your career as much as you do. So this idea that there's somebody out there who's looking out for you, who's going to make sure that you get the opportunity, who puts you in the right thing, great if it happens, but at the end of the day, nobody cares more about your career than you do. I think that's fantastic advice for young people. And I'll talk more about this in just a moment. Right now, time for a check of weather and traffic at 45 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock. We're looking for a high today of 40. Temperature right now, let's just see what we got, because it's been cold this morning. Some people reporting single digits. I have it right now as being, I'm sorry, that's the wrong app. Here we go. I hate it when I can't find the right app. Here we go. The current temperature is in Nashville still 14 degrees. Whew, they say, though, that we're going to get into the 40s and 50s as the week progresses. So if we can get through today, I think we're going to be mostly all right. Talking about this story from the McDonald's CEO delivering blunt career advice, they say, look, take care. If you are interested in your career, you need to take possession of and ownership of your career path. Don't stand around and wait for somebody to hand it to you. Well, it couldn't be better advice. But what's shocking to me is that kind of advice needs to be given at all. What has happened in America, in my humble estimation, is we have a lot of young people who have been hovered over by their parents. They used to talk about helicopter parents And then, then I heard the term that came, the lawnmower parents. So the helicopter parents are always hovering around trying to fix all the things that go wrong with their kids' lives and just giving them anything. If they any want that they have, they immediately will fulfill it. And these kids don't have an idea. They think things have to be handed to them, that somebody has to give them a leg up. Somebody has to help them, that they got to. No, that's not the way it works. In the real world, the people who find success are the people who actually grab it by the horns and get out there and take ownership of their career path. Not just standing around waiting with their hands out, help me, give me the hand up. He's right about that. Nobody cares about your career more than you do. If you get a little help along the way, that's gravy, but you shouldn't expect it. The lawnmower parents are the ones who, are out there and they just mow down anything that gets in the way of their kids. Look, it's a hard thing to do as a parent. But you know what? One of the best things you can do when your kids are struggling is let them struggle just a little bit. Let them know what it is to be uncomfortable. Let them know that, not everything in the world is going to work out. That it's a cold, hard world out there, but you can, if you play your cards right. I still believe this. I believe this with every fiber of my being, that in America today, if you're a person who puts their nose to the grindstone, pays attention to what you're supposed to be doing, gives your employer a good, honest day's work, that you are going to rise through the ranks and you're going to succeed. I still think it's possible for any American who applies themselves properly to succeed. I believe it. Education, it's great if you can get an education. I'm not sure education's all that important anymore. At a time when, that we were told, here's the education for people in the last, 15 years, they would say, when you go to school, learn how to code. Make sure you can code. Everybody needs to know how to code. You know what AI does? It can code in seconds, things that would take a human hours or days to do. Boom. You need a website? AI. Knock it out. So do we really need to code? When I was growing up, they told us, you got to learn math. You got to do all this math. Don't worry, you're not going to have any calculator walking around in your. I got a calculator in my pocket every day. I don't have to learn that math. I can do it that way. So things change, and right now I would say to you that what Kim Sinsky is saying is really positive advice for young people. You've got to own it. You've got to make things happen for yourself. Don't stand around and say, I can't succeed because nobody will help me. The only person who's going to help you is yourself. Life is pretty simple when you really get down to it, isn't it? It comes down to this. Make more good decisions than bad decisions. Are you going to make mistakes along the way? Absolutely, yes. No, there is no shame in making a mistake. And Lord knows I've made plenty of them. The shame comes in not learning from your mistakes, not acknowledging that the mistake was made and that you need to correct the mistake. Nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is that so many people just sit around with their hands in their pockets and expect that it's all going to be laid out for them. Everything's going to be handed to them in a big bow because it always has been. I'm glad to see the CEO of McDonald's tell the young people of America, get out there and do it yourself. Take ownership. And by the way, it's not a bad thing to get a job at McDonald's when you're young and learn what that's all about. It is 51 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll have the latest on that shooting at Brown University. And also, we'll have a story about a officer-involved shooting that's being investigated in Murray County. That's all coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Ba-ba-ba-dum-bum. I'm really enjoying the Christmas music this year so far. I really enjoyed it. Had a big sing-along at my house this weekend. Everybody jumped right in, and it was fantastic. Very, very pleasant. Glad you're with us here on this Monday morning. It's cold. Get out there and bundle up and make sure that you take care of your animal friends to make sure they're not, they're in good shape in this very cold weather. Their water freezes up. You got to take care of that. But, really take a moment. And there are places, I've just got this little story here. Here's an example. Wilson County, Tennessee. They set up these warming centers for people who are homeless, and that's a good thing to do, because quite frankly, homeless people, when it gets this cold, they really do need some help. But a lot of people who are homeless won't go to a homeless shelter or will not seek out this kind of this help in very, very cold weather because they have pets, believe it or not. And so Wilson County is offering refuge for people and will allow them to stay with their children or pets, which is helpful because otherwise a lot of people will not leave their pets behind. And it can get very serious in this kind of cold weather. Over the local news of interest, I think this is pretty good. BNA is warning of traffic impacts over over mid-December weekends. They've had some traffic issues out there, and it's partly because they haven't finished up all the road work, and it's partially because there's just a lot of demand for that airport. So they're going to close down a couple of roads on Terminal Drive ramp to I-40 West and over I-40 from 10 a.m. in the morning till 2 p.m. So the middle of the day could be a disaster. So if you have to get somebody to the airport, you got to pick somebody up at the airport. You might, as this week goes forward, you might want to get there plenty early because you may be running into some traffic issues over there at BNA. We're still looking at this Music City Loop. The tunnel between BNA and downtown Nashville, and a loop that, they keep talking about it. It might go here, it might go there, have a bunch of different stops along the way. To me, a much more, if you can make the tunnels work in this hard granite that we have around here, this will be great. Much better than the stupid idea that the mayor has of rapid transit bus everywhere. This would be a much better solution to take a lot of people off the highways, get a lot of people, heavy traffic area is between the airport and downtown. It really is. So if you can get people, on their tunnel instead of on the roadway, we'll all benefit from that. But officially, the Metro Council, in its infinite wisdom, is saying that it is now opposed to the idea of the Music City Loop. So get on board, folks. It's going to happen, and it could be a really good thing if you would just get out there and embrace it. We call it 59 minutes past the hour. I'm Brian Wilson. Sam's pushing the blinky buttons, and Jay Harper is next with the news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A complete forecast and a traffic report are upcoming. Authorities in Rhode Island have released an individual who had been a person of interest in Saturday's mass shooting at Brown University, which killed 2 students and left 9 others injured. Providence, Rhode Island Mayor Brett Smiley speaking to ABC's George Stephanopoulos on Good Morning America this morning explains.
It takes time to run this evidence. It takes time to process information that was collected and hard evidence that was collected. And as we continue to process that evidence, it was determined that this person of interest needed to be released.
Back here in Middle Tennessee, at the request of the 22nd Judicial District Attorney General Brent Cooper, agents with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation are in Murray County investigating the events that led to an officer-involved shooting yesterday. The TBI says preliminary information shows a deputy with Murray County Sheriff's Office made contact with a person who who was the subject of a bolo, a be on the lookout, that had been issued out of Lawrence County. The suspect has been identified as 22-year-old Jeremiah Dobbins. TBI agents say during the encounter between the deputy and the suspect, Dobbins pulled out a weapon, which led to the deputy firing his gun and striking Dobbins. The TBI says Dobbins was taken to a hospital where he later died. One person who has been confirmed dead in a house fire in the Inglewood neighborhood of Metro Nashville. The Nashville Fire Department responded to a house fire in the 4700 block of Tanglewood Drive early this morning. Firefighters got to the scene and found flames burning through the roof of the home. Officials say that one person was found dead inside of that home, and that home has been declared a complete loss. Also in Nashville, drivers on Lebanon Pike may notice changes as part of Mayor Freddie O'Connell's Choose How You Move transportation plan. The mayor says smart signal technology has been added to 36 intersections that adjust timing based on real-time traffic, hopefully reducing congestion and improving safety.
This new technology also means fewer surprises and fewer headaches for Nashvillians. Instead of waiting for someone to report or notice that a signal is out, NDOT will know instantly and can respond faster to fix it.
It's all part of a citywide effort to modernize nearly 600 intersections. The Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found online at beaconcm.com. Let's take a look at the stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow's up 240, the S&P up 33 3/4, and the NASDAQ is up 140 1/2. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Well, we knew sooner or later the smooth traffic would be a thing of the past. We've got a crash now near the airport. This is Murfreesboro Pike, just west of Donaldson Pike. Also, still working a crash, 840 westbound past Almaville Road. That's at exit 47. And 24 westbound at I-440, exit 53. There is a crash there that is beginning to jam up traffic a bit. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7:05 on Super Talk 99.7. I am Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, taking a few days off around the holidays to be with friends and family. And I'll be here through Thursday on the morning show, then filling in on Friday for my friend Chris Hand, who's also going to take a little time off to be with family during the holidays. We are watching three major stories. Both they're very tragic and sad stories this morning. The attack against a community facility, a Jewish facility in Australia now has 16 dead, including one of the shooters. We're watching what happened in Brown University, 2 dead there, 9 injured, and they're looking for a shooter who entered a hall where people were studying for an exam. Finals were underway there at Brown University in Rhode Island. And the third story, tragic story out of Los Angeles, broke late yesterday. If you haven't heard, the noted director and actor, Rob Reiner, has been stabbed to death, and his wife was killed as well, stabbed to death in their homes. And now, according to People magazine, the chief suspect is their troubled 32-year-old son. So those are 3 big stories that we're covering here today. We will, if there are new developments there, I promise you we will go to them. We'll break in if there are any press conferences, and we'll keep you up to date on those very sad stories. I want to move on to something else, though, that happened this weekend, and maybe Sam and Jay, you can jump in here and tell me what you think about this, because I have mixed emotions about it, and it has to do with the fact that the Vanderbilt quarterback was, well, absolutely classist. Diego Pavia apparently went off when he was a participant in the Heisman ceremony, but did not win the Heisman. He posted immediately afterwards something that was, reprehensible. I think he wishes he could take it back. F all the voters, but family for life. Expressing his frustration with the voters who decided that he should not be the Heisman Trophy winner. Sam, you've looked at it. You have an opinion. Do you think he was robbed or not?
I kind of do, and it's kind of hard not to when you look at the stats on the season. I don't like the outburst myself. He did try to walk it back and apologize, but you and I were talking.
Yeah, I'm going to get to that, but I mean, you know what? He's apologized because somebody grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and told him how badly he had screwed up. I don't think it was his natural instinct, but we'll talk about that in a moment. But I mean, it is fair to say that maybe, he got robbed, but you know what? The way he handled it was absolutely classless, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. It definitely kind of is unbecoming to the point of, well, I guess you didn't deserve it if that's going to be your attitude about it.
Yeah. And by the way, if you don't know, the Heisman went to Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza.
And Brian, I would think that NFL teams are probably really going to take note of that outburst.
Right.
It's like, is this the type of character or lack thereof that we may be dealing with if we draft this guy?
The first thing I was going to say is, okay, he's a young man. One thing that I know about, kids and I call them kids. When you're my age, you can do that. But then, you got a guy who's in his 20s. In this particular case, he's 24 years old. And the old saying that I always heard from people is, well, at 22, 23, for guys, their brains just aren't done yet. They do stupid things. They do impulsive things. I know that I myself, I look back at my life, 20 to 23, boy, did I make some dumb mistakes in my career, dumb mistakes that I shouldn't. I wish I could claw back, that I can't. So I was willing to give them, but he's 24 years old. I mean, it's getting to the age where you should know a little better, right?
Well, and to have the journey he did to go play in junior college and transfer to New Mexico State, and you think there'd be some life lessons along the way and people that would have led him on a more mature path.
Right.
When you're put in the spotlight like that, when it comes to his stats, I mean, he had a season comparing, to Vince Young, Colin Kaepernick, Johnny Manziel, Deshaun Watson, Lamar Jackson. He was up there as far as, but the attitude and the distraction, I think some of the stuff maybe even played in with his family.
Well, Manziel should be a real object lesson for him, I would think.
He's actually his mentor.
Now, there you go. Well, that tells you a little bit. Conference play, 6-2 overall, 10-2 record. The Vanderbilt has had a good year, and he's done very well. And I like him as an athlete. But I mean, boy, you're right about one thing. If you're an NFL coach and you're saying, well, he might have been a good quarterback, but I don't know if I want to bring that kind of crazy to my team. Quarterbacks are about leadership, and this was not a sign of leadership. Well, as you said, he did finally apologize for it. But I think it just feels like to me, these were his advisors saying, I don't think this was probably his natural instinct, but he got told real quick, listen, you better fix this and fix it fast. And here's what he said. Being a part of the Heisman ceremony last night as a finalist was such an honor. As a competitor, just like in everything I do, I wanted to win. To be so close to my dream and to come up short was painful. I didn't handle those emotions well at all, and I did not represent myself the way I wanted to. I have much love and respect for the Heisman voters. Well, that's not what he said, but he says he now does. And the selection process, and I apologize for being disrespectful. Yeah, that's disrespectful. It was a mistake, and I am sorry. I will say this. So many times in public life, you get an apology where they never actually say, I am sorry. Mistakes were made. Regret, you hear that word a lot. But to have somebody come out and just simply say, I am sorry, is an important part of the apology process. Fernando Mendoza is an elite competitor and deserving winner of the award. I have nothing but respect for his accomplishments as well as my success that Jeremiah and Julian had this season. I've been doubted now he's going to turn into the victim. I've been doubted my entire life. Every step of my journey, I had to break down doors and fight for myself because I've learned that nothing will be handed to me. My family has always been in my corner, and my teammates, coaches, and staff have my six. I love them. I'm grateful for them, and I wouldn't want anything to distract from that. I am looking forward to competing in front of the family and with my team once more in the Relia Quest Bowl. He was second in the voting, but a distant second. Fernando Mendoza won it pretty handily. Again, Diego, listen, you've done a great job. Vandy, it was good. It was good to have you on board with Vandy. Vandy had a good season. We'll have a good bowl presentation, I'm sure. But man alive, what is the old saying? Take a deep breath, man. Sure, you could. I can understand the disappointment. We've all been disappointed in major things that we wanted that just didn't come our way. But boy, be grateful for the things that have come your way and the opportunities that have been presented to you. And I hope that, that he's sincere in this apology and it's not just because somebody made him do it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see exactly what happens, but, not his best moment. Let's put it that way. Hey, do you know that Tennesseans, I didn't know this, fascinating. New report last year that Tennesseans were among those who spent the least on alcohol in the year 2024 when they did the survey. We're the home of Tennessee whiskey. We know how to do that pretty well, but apparently in Tennessee, average spending on alcohol per adult is much less than the national average. Sam, if I had to ask you a question about how much do you think the average adult in Tennessee spends on an annual basis on alcohol, what would you say?
On an annual basis?
Annual basis.
I would wager somewhere in the ballpark of $1,000 to $1,200.
It's actually, it is in some places, but not in Tennessee. The average per adult, much less than the national average, $693.70.
Wow.
Yeah, placing the volunteer state among the bottom states for alcohol spending represents about a 2% increase on spending compared to the year 2023 when again, that's the thing about surveys. They're always like a couple of years old when you get them. Despite the relatively low alcohol spending, we have seen an increase in the state of people needing substance abuse help. That's gone up quite a bit, and Tennessee was the only one that went up in the years between 2013 and 2023. Well, I think that's pretty interesting. $693.70. You know what the other see if you see a trend here. What are the states where they have the lowest spending on alcohol? Tennessee, Utah, West Virginia, Mississippi, and Oklahoma. All of those states, they have something strangely in common. They're very conservative, very red. Probably, and part of this is in the Bible Belt as well. So, I don't know. That's pretty interesting stuff. Time to take a quick break here and take a look at what's going on with traffic and weather at 16 past the hour. Looking for a high today of around 40 degrees. Right now, 14 chilly degrees. Clear skies. That's the bad news. It's 14 degrees. Feels like much colder than that when you go out, quite frankly. It's brutal cold. It's kind of cold that can hurt you. So be careful out there. Bundle up. Take care of your animals. We're looking, though, for a high today of 40. And the good news is, as we go through the week, by the time we get to Thursday, temperatures will rise almost to 60 degrees. So, that's tolerable. We'll get through that. But again, right now, 14 degrees and pretty dang cold out there. Here's a great story. I always wondered what you would do if you picked up, and won the Powerball. Have you seen these memes that you see on the internet, on the social media? I wouldn't tell anybody, but there would be signs if I won the lottery. And they, things that they would buy, extravagant things they would buy for themselves. But it happens. Every once in a while, somebody really gets lucky and they just hit it big. In this particular case, the story comes out of Grand Blanc, Michigan. 18 co-workers each won a $1 million Powerball prize. The Lucky 18 Lottery Club is a group of 18 co-workers who play the lottery together whenever there's a big jackpot. So they bought several Powerball tickets for the club and checked them the night, and they came back as a $1 million winner. Sent out a text to the group with the news, but no one believed me. They thought she was putting them on. It was a pretty cool experience for everyone once it finally sunk in that it was absolutely real. The winning ticket matched the 5 white balls, 31, 59, 62, 65, and 68, in the August 20th drawing. And the club says they will play Powerball again now that the jackpot is up again. As of Sunday, wow, the Powerball stands at $1.1 billion. Nobody won the Saturday drawing. That's quite a bit of money in the old Powerball. I don't know what I would do. I mean, if you wake up one day and they say, you just won the lotto, you are now a millionaire, you've got money to burn, what would you do? I mean, I think you'd want to take care of you make sure all your debt is taken care of and all that kind of stuff. But after that, if you really hit it big, you could have a lot of money in the bank. What would you do? I think if money were not an issue, I think the first thing I would do, I'd want to have that private jet. I think that would be the greatest thing ever. Just not having hey, fuel up the jet. I think I want to go here. I want to go there and just do travel. Wouldn't that be great? That would be fantastic. But Sam, what would you do if money were not an issue? If you hit it big on the lotto, what would you do? What would be the first thing you spent your money on?
Very first thing is pay the mortgage off on the house. But I'm going to take a page out of your book there, and I'll go a step further. I want waterfront property somewhere in rural Tennessee, and I'll take a seaplane that I can take off and land at that waterfront property with.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have to worry about the commute.
Exactly. I could live 2 to 3 hours outside of Nashville, but it's a 30, 40-minute flight in.
I always thought innovative ways to get around traffic, and D.C. traffic is really bad when I was there. I mean, horrible, horrible. You think we got it bad in Tennessee, and we do. Traffic is bad here at times. But, I mean, D.C. is it was unbelievably bad by comparison. And somebody figured out that they could live on the Potomac River and drive their boat to work faster than they could drive.
I respect it.
Yeah, because there's a little harbor in D.C., right? It's just a few blocks off of Capitol Hill. And so, they lived out in Alexandria somewhere, Alexandria, Virginia. And the guy would get up every morning and fire up his boat and scream up the Potomac River at 60, 70 miles an hour. He would be at work in like 12 minutes.
Probably
if he'd tried to drive it, it would have been an hour and a half.
Goodness gracious.
I think that's the way. Yeah, but I think, boy, that was the way to do it. But I don't know. I think for me, travel, I want to be able to go where I want to go when I want to go there. And if there was enough money left over, also a helicopter.
Well, see, if you win the Powerball all the way and take the payout, it's $400 million. So it's at $1.1 billion for the total, but after the taxes and everything, it's about $400 million.
I feel, well, actually, to be honest with you, when you're talking about buying jets and helicopters, that doesn't go very far.
Yeah, so it's the annual maintenance. That's where it really gets you.
You're exactly right. But that would be the thing. The thing is you can lease a jet now for not that much. So
it's true.
Relatively speaking, not that much. Mortgage rates, you'd think maybe the mortgage rates would be coming down. Not so much. Mortgage rates rose this week, even though the Fed did a big cut. Well, another cut, not a big cut. 30-year fixed rate average is now 6.34%. It's better than it was a year ago when it was at 6.78%. The lowest it has been in 52 weeks is 6.25%. But I got to tell you, you would hope that with the main interest rates coming down, that there would be an impact. That is sometimes true. It's not always true. Mortgage rates rose this week. 30-year fixed rate 6.34%, up from 6.28 the previous week, according to Bankrate's latest lender survey. The national median family income for 2025 right now is $104,200. But the median price of an existing home sold in October of 2025 was $415,000. So based on a 20% down payment and a 6.34 mortgage rate, monthly payments would be around $2,065 for an average size home in America. That amounts to 24% of the typical family monthly income. A lot of talk these days in Washington about trying to make things affordable. And I get that people perceive that things have gotten expensive. And quite frankly, there are some bumps in the road as you make the major transition that Trump is trying to make. Ultimately, it's going to pay off. Ultimately, we'll have the impact of the lower taxes. The economy will rally. I guarantee you we're going to have a great first quarter of 26 and a great second quarter. And that will ameliorate the concern about the midterm elections, which come in November. I'm telling you, I think we're going to be okay in that regard. But there is a perception. There are two, in politics, you got to understand there's reality and there's perception. I think the reality is the economy is better, but there is the perception because certain things catch your attention, and the cost of housing is one of them right now. And you say, well, we've got a problem with affordability in America. All right. And I understand Republicans are nervous about that and they want to try to do something about that, or it look like they're doing something. Again, it's perception. Are we really going to do anything about it? Or are we just going to make some noise and make it look like we're doing something? I don't know which the case is. We'll see what comes out of it, if anything at all. But I got to tell you that I think that we're going to be just fine with this economy if you just can have a little patience. The tax cuts don't really kick in till the end of the year, the first of next year. So by the first quarter, all of that revenue that normally you would be paying in taxes is going to be in your pocket if you make the right adjustments. That gives you more money to do the things that you want to do with your life, and that's helpful. Here's what I'm going to say to you. If you're expecting that somehow the government's going to take action that's going to reduce the value of the homes that are on the market so that they're lower, that ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen at all. Housing has, except for a couple of really unusual circumstances, housing rarely goes down. The cost of housing goes up. The value. What you need to do is get your income up and have more money in your pocket so you can afford to do these things. My first house cost me $23,000 in Amarillo, Texas. It wasn't much of a house. But, that house today is probably worth, I don't know, at least $100,000. It wasn't much of a house, but it's at least worth $100,000. That's what happens. The price of housing always goes up. So don't have some grand idea that, the government's going to do something to reduce the cost of housing. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. What needs to happen is you need to get more income so you can afford to buy these homes. And I think that's what Trump is doing in a very big way. And I'm going to be very excited to see if that happens. But interest rates, why are we being so weird about this? I mean, interest rates have come down. The major trading rate has come down. And that doesn't always mean that interest rates on home loans comes down, but it generally follows in that direction. The Fed, not at all happy with the way things are going, but I think that if you look at what's happening in the economy, it's pretty strong. Are certain things costing more? Yes. Are there bumps in the road? Absolutely. There are a few things that will, I think, iron themselves out over time. The bumps in the road will be leveled and will be good, but it takes a little while. We're trying to do big things here. Trump is correct. Sit back and wait for the Trump tax cuts to kick in, and everything's going to be okay. Boy, I tell you, Republicans are nervous about the midterm elections, and with understandably so. Generally, midterm elections, the party out of power does not do well. They don't do well at all. And if past is prologue, if history teaches us anything, it could be a very tough election for Republicans. And so when you hear the Democrats have found a word that resonates with a lot of people, things are not affordable. I need things to be more affordable. Then they're going to try to do something about it, but at the end of the day, I think they've already done something about it. It just takes a little while for it to kick in. The Democrats used to tell us that, when we got all these projects that are going to do around the country, but it'll take a little while for them to kick in. They never kicked in. They never spent the money. For some reason, they never followed through. But in this particular case, the money's going to end up in your pocket. Man, if you have a job right now, for example, where you rely to some degree on tips for your income, think about the big boost you're going to get. That helps a lot of people on the lower end of the economic scale. Love that. It's going to be so good. For retirees to not have to pay insurance, pay taxes on your Social Security income, what a benefit that is. What a huge thing. This is coming. This is on the horizon. So if the concern is affordability, keep sticking with the plan. The plan is a good one. Don't be a nervous Nelly. It's going to be as good. I mean, are we going to have a great midterm election? History tells us that likely no. It won't be as good as you would hope that it would be, that the party out of power generally loses. But we're going to have a good economic story to tell. And you just sit and watch. Starting the first of the year, you're going to see this economy just absolutely come alive. It's going to be great. 30 minutes now past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Time for the news with Jay Harper.
It is 7:35. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, a weather forecast and a traffic reporter coming up. Authorities in Rhode Island have released an individual who had been a person of interest in the Saturday mass shooting at Brown University. That shooting killed 2 students and left 9 others injured. ABC's Whit Johnson is in Rhode Island.
It's an alarming twist in this case. We spoke with some students just yesterday who were anxious about coming out of their homes even after they thought a person of interest had been detained. Now this investigation takes a major step backwards, leaving many in this Providence community grieving and afraid.
This does not bode very well for retailers during the make or break holiday shopping season. ABC's Jim Ryan says consumer confidence, as measured by Gallup, has fallen to a 17-month low.
The federal government has reopened and the effect of tariffs is soaking in. But Gallup's Economic Confidence Index shows slightly worsening views of the economy. And it's being reflected in holiday spending.
I had a Secret Santa at my school, and I was like, wow, I have the same budget that I would usually have, and I got like way less items.
High school student Emerson Gates. Gallup finds consumers in both lower and higher income brackets reducing their holiday spending this year. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Back here in Nashville, one person has been confirmed dead in a house fire in the Inglewood neighborhood of Metro Nashville. The Nashville Fire Department responded to a fire on the 4700 block of Tanglewood Drive early this morning. Firefighters arrived on scene to find flames burning through the roof of the home. Nashville fire officials say that one person was found dead inside. The home has been declared a complete loss. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. We have picked up a new injury accident. This is Murfreesboro Pike westbound, right at Briley Parkway. 24 westbound at exit 53. That's the 440 exit. We have a crash in that location. Also, a crash out in Hermitage, 40 westbound at Stewart's Ferry Pike, and down in Williamson County in the Franklin area, 840 westbound, right before exit 31. That's where I-65 picks up. So, again, a crash there as well. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 41 past the hour, 7 o'clock. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, who's taking a few days off. I'll be here all the way through Thursday on the morning show, and Dan returns on Friday. On Friday, I'll be in for Chris Hand. We'll talk to Chris Hand here in just a bit, see what's going on with him. Got to see Mr. Hand and his lovely wife, and Dan and Amy over at the house this weekend. Joan Jones came by for a little gathering we put together and got to see all of them. It was good to catch up with them. And we'll talk to Chris, as we say, late in the 8 o'clock hour as he gets prepared to do his program today. I want to hit a couple of stories that I think are interesting. Let's talk about the swamp. What's going on in the swamp? Number one, the battle goes on in the White House briefing room between Caroline Leavitt and members of the left-leaning press corps. Here is Caroline Leavitt really handing it to a CNN reporter, Caitlin Collins, where Caitlin's trying to make some cases about the economy under Biden compared, and it just goes very badly for CNN. Caroline Leavitt may be the best I've seen at doing her job as press secretary. Listen.
It wasn't high under Biden. They're just saying it's not.
Well, nobody reported on it being high under Biden. My predecessor was standing at this podium, but now you want to ask me a lot of questions about it, which I'm happy to answer. But I will just add, there's a lot more scrutiny on this issue from this press corps than there was. Well, and the previous administration said that too. My predecessor stood up at this podium and she said inflation doesn't exist. She said the border was secure, and people like you just took her at her word, and those were two utter lies. Everything I'm telling you is the truth backed by real factual data, and you just don't want to report on it because you want to push untrue narratives about the president.
That's right. They're pushing narratives, and she's absolutely correct in all of this. And here's the thing, when you had Jen Psaki, giving the briefings during the Biden years, she would look straight at the camera and say things that we all knew were not true. The big one, the big whopper was, don't worry, inflation is under control. This is transitory. It'll be short-lived. And it went to 9.1%. The economy was in the toilet. She kept telling us, she said, look in the camera and tell us that the border was secure. And we saw the pictures of what was going on at Eagle Pass. Caroline Leavitt, on the other hand, comes with facts. She brings in her facts, she makes her case, and she's really going at it. I think, may be one of the best in that role that I've ever seen. What is the job of the press secretary? It's to put out the position of the administration, to tell people what they're doing, to defend the questions about their policies. That's all. You ask questions, it's fair game. I've asked hard questions of Republicans and Democrats in that briefing room in the past. Nope, there's no sin in asking a hard question, but you have to report the truth. And by the way, when you have a source as a reporter and the source has lied to you or told you things that you know is what true, that is no longer a reliable source. You have to drop that source. You have to go back and find out. I've actually had, on both sides of the equation, both Republicans and Democrats at times told me things in Washington when I was covering Capitol Hill that turned out not to be true, that were palpably incorrect, provably incorrect. With the passage of time, we became clear. They actively misled me. You know what I did? I went back to them and I wanted to know what happened. How did we get crossed on this? How was the information bad? But the next thing I'll tell you is I no longer looked at that person as a credible source of information. When you say reliable sources, look, I understand why some things have to be done that way by not naming your sources. But if you want to go with the title, well, reliable sources tell you so-and-so, blah, 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 they've got to be reliable. And if they're not reliable, you don't go back to them. I like that she's calling out this long overdue criticism of the mainstream media. Senator Rand Paul. We'll talk about him in a moment. He's concerned about potentially there being violence in America, and the trigger for that violence would be gerrymandering. Right now, time to check what's going on with traffic and weather at 46 past the hour. We're looking for a high today of 40. Right now, 15 degrees in Nashville. 15 degrees, but it feels colder than that. Try to stay warm. All right, we're talking about what's going on in the nation's capital right now. Rand Paul, Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, is concerned. He was on one of the Sunday talk shows this weekend and said he was a little concerned about the potential for violence in America if the parties continue their trend toward gerrymandering. And, you know, a lot of discussion about, Indiana and how they did not want to gerrymander or rewrite the districts to take advantage and to up the number of Republican seats. They're doing that in Texas. They're doing it in California. If they do it in Texas, California will respond. And Rand Paul believes this could escalate to the point where there could even be, he says, violence. Listen.
Senator, I have to follow up with you because what you're saying is very significant. You're saying that you are concerned redistricting could lead to more political violence?
I'm concerned if there are no representatives, like no Republican representatives in California or no Democrats in Texas, that it will be so thoroughly one-sided that people will feel like their vote isn't counting. And so I think it's a mistake. But I'm not saying it's a mistake of the Republicans. I'm saying it's a mistake of both parties. And I don't know exactly how we de-escalate this, because once, Texas is done and changed 5 seats to be more Republican, California's going to do the same thing. And it's back and forth and back and forth. And how do you put the genie back in the box? I mean, how do you get back to détente? I mean, how do you do something better? But I think there is the potential that when people have no representation, that they feel disenfranchised, that it can lead and might lead to violence in our country.
Wow. Well, I mean, look, I do understand sort of what he's saying, that, when you feel like you're disenfranchised, you get angry. I can't imagine, being a Republican in California and being in a situation where you have absolutely no representation in the state. And they can gerrymander up those districts or congressional districts to carve Republicans right out. They can do it in Texas to the Democrats as well. The question is, should we? Well, you can't unilaterally disarm. That's the problem. And Rand Paul is right about that. I don't know how you de-escalate this thing. How do you get the genie back in the bottle? Indiana decided not to go there. Other states are going to go there, and it's going to be something to watch. Look, I don't know how you do it. Everybody talks about, are we heading for a chasm in this country, a separation of, the left versus the right? I don't see that happening. I mean, for one thing, look at how the population centers, the major population centers in this country tend to be blue. And a lot of the surrounding land, take Tennessee, Nashville, very blue. You can't deny that Nashville, the city, is blue. But everything right around it is ruby red. So, what do you do in a situation like that? I don't know. Everybody's worried about, what's going to happen and, is there going to be a break? I think Rand Paul has a right to be concerned, but at the same time, I don't know how you solve the problem without unilaterally disarming, and you can't allow that to happen. So I think it's going to be a very interesting thing to watch in the days ahead. One other thing that I want to talk about here in just a moment, and I'm going to take a break here and come back in a moment to talk about it, is Donald Trump. And he keeps talking about we're going to move toward land against Venezuela. What does that mean? We'll talk about that in just a moment. 51 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
TBI investigating an officer-involved shooting. And we'll have more on the terror attack in Australia. That's all coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Crazy holiday sale right now, grillrescue.com.
It's 55 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News. We were talking about what's going on in the swamp, and I want to talk a little bit about Donald Trump because he's been talking a lot about Venezuela. First of all, I have no problem at all with these boat strikes, none whatsoever. I believe that it's a national security threat, and we should be doing it, and I think that this is no different than going after a terrorist who's lurking against the interest of the national security of this country in Somalia or in Tanzania or in Syria, wherever they are. You know, we don't ever hesitate. And Democrat presidents have not hesitated. Obama used to do this. Biden has done it. Clinton did it. W did it. I mean, you look back at all, they have used their power to go after people who were threats to this country. Now, all of a sudden, it's time to go after the drug run, which they should have been doing all along, but now everybody's got heartburn about it. I don't have any heartburn at all. I think it's the right thing to do. But Trump has said, well, we've been taking the boats out. Now it's time to move to land. Listen carefully what he says, and I'm going to tell you what I think he means, because I don't think it's boots on the ground. Listen carefully.
Do you intend on seizing more oil assets from Venezuela and other tankers?
Oh, by the way, I don't have any problem with that either. I thought that was a great move.
Tell you that, I mean, it wouldn't be very smart for me to tell you that. You know, we're supposed to be a little bit secretive. You're a very big-time reporter, and I don't think I want to tell a big-time reporter or a small-time reporter that, but we are knocking out drugs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We knocked out 96% of the drugs coming in by water.
Think about that for a moment. That's quite the accomplishment, 96%. In other words, drugs have been basically the route of drugs coming across the Gulf of Mexico into America or to other countries where it is then routed to America. Don't let them fool you on that one. It has been stopped. 96% of it is done. So now they're trying, what are they going to do? They're going to move to the land. They're going to start bringing in by land, which is actually, to be interesting, an easier thing for us to interdict when they come in across land because they got to come across roads. There are choke points. Listen.
And nobody can figure out who the 4%. I wouldn't want to be the 4% either, but 96% of the drugs coming in by water, every one of those boats you see get shot down. You just saved 25,000 American lives.
He's right.
But we knocked out 96% of the drugs coming in by water, and now we're starting by land, and by land is a lot easier.
Now, what does he mean by land? Does that mean boots on the ground, tanks rolling up on the beaches? No, I don't think that's what he means at all. I simply think he's saying, when they stop all of that from going out across the water, they're going to try a different route. So they got to come to land. Well, when they come across land, they got to go through several choke points. They're going to come through roads. They're much easier to interdict. And I think he's thinking we can take the same kind of attacks against a truck carrying drugs as we do on the boats. And again, I got no problem with that whatsoever. Look, we're going to put pressure on Maduro. We're going to put financial pressure on him, and they're going to make him squirm because they've shut down the cartels. He's in the pocket of the cartels. He's a bad actor. He needs to leave the country, and things could return to normal. But I got to tell you something. There is nothing wrong, in my estimation, of going after these cartels in a huge way and taking them out and making them suffer. It's in our national security interest. 59 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock. You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 8 a.m., and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A weather forecast and a traffic report are upcoming. Here in Middle Tennessee, at the request of the 22nd Judicial District Attorney, General Brent Cooper, agents with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation are in Murray County investigating the events that led to an officer-involved shooting yesterday. The TBI says that preliminary information shows a deputy with the Murray County Sheriff's Office made contact with a person who was the subject of a BOLO, a be on the lookout, that had been issued out of Lawrence County. The suspect has been identified as 22-year-old Jeremiah Dobbins. TBI agents say during the encounter with between the deputy and the suspect that Dobbins pulled out a weapon, which led to the deputy firing his gun and striking Dobbins. The TBI says that Dobbins was taken to a hospital where he later died. Police in New South Wales, Australia, say at least 15 people were killed on Sunday as two gunmen opened fire at Australia's Bondi Beach in an attack that targeted a Jewish event. Police say one of the alleged gunmen is also dead. We have more now from ABC's Faith Abube.
This tragedy is shaking a nation that has some of the toughest gun laws in the world.
If there's anything we can do, I'm certainly up for it.
But now the Prime Minister is proposing even tighter controls, including limits on the number of firearms a person can register and regular checks on licenses over time.
Police say 42 people were injured in that attack, the victims ranging in age from 10 years of age up to 87. Back here in the U.S., shock and sadness in Hollywood over famed director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle being found dead in their Los Angeles area home yesterday. Police say they were stabbed to death. But as of this morning, no suspects are in custody. ABC's Trevor Alt is near the scene.
And doing investigation, code 2.
A neighbor tells ABC News after police arrived, actors Billy Crystal and Larry David visited the home, with one neighbor saying Billy Crystal looked like he was about to cry. Police have now closed off the area as the investigation continues.
We now take a look at the market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures for the Dow, it's up 251. The S&P's up 36. The Nasdaq up 165 and a quarter. That's the latest news, traffic and weather on the way. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. A couple of injury crashes to report, the first of which is Murfreesboro Pike. It's westbound at Briley Parkway. Also, Old Hickory Boulevard north of Pitts Avenue, that too an injury crash. 24 westbound at the 440 merge at exit 53. Trying to clear a wreck up there. And in the Metro Center area, Clarksville Pike and Rosa Parks, a crash reported. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7, 15th day of December, 10 days to Christmas, 9 shopping days left. Can't shop on Christmas days. 9 shopping days left. So get out there and get her done. As I get older, I have fewer gifts to buy. Oh, that's good. But I like still getting them. So there's that. It is cold. Temperature today going to be hit about 40 degrees. So it won't be as cold as it was this morning when you get ready to go home, but still plenty cold. The low tomorrow morning at this time will be somewhere around 26 degrees. But the good news is that afternoon highs are going to be up. We're watching 3 stories that are just tragic, each of them in its own respective way, very tragic. Number one, in Australia, 16 now dead, including one of the shooters, in an attack against a community Hanukkah celebration. It is a terrorist attack carried out by a father and son. One of them is dead. The other is in custody and injured. But 16 people were killed. And if you haven't seen it, the video of one of the attackers being disarmed, it's one of the bravest things I've ever seen. A man unarmed goes after a guy carrying what looks like a shotgun or some kind of rifle, grabs him from behind, takes the weapon away from him. It was remarkable, an incredible act of bravery that saved other lives. So we're watching that story. Number 2, out of Los Angeles, we have the tragic murder of well-respected director Rob Reiner. Now, Rob Reiner definitely, his politics are very left, but the list of movies that he has produced is it's quite amazing. The Princess Bride, A Few Good Men, This Is Spinal Tap. There's just all kinds of great movies that he's been responsible for. A great loss to the artistic community, and apparently, according to some reporting. Now, police have not confirmed this, but people reporting, citing exclusive sources, that the main suspect in that case is Rob Reiner's 30-some-year-old son, Nick, who's had some troubles with homelessness and apparently drugs addictions in the past. He has spoken openly about that. He is the number 1 suspect at this time. Now, at Brown University, there was a shooting. I think there were 9 people injured, 2 people killed. They are still looking for the gunman. That has not changed. But those are 3 really tragic stories that we are tracking today. If there are new developments in that, it's the thing everybody's going to be talking about. We'll bring it to you as well. I want to spend some time this morning talking about the issue of immigration and how it's getting better in some ways. But the more we learn about the immigration activities of the Biden administration, the more angry you get. Listen to these stories. You ready? JustTheNews.com, quoting the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, 9,500 commercial truckers have been taken off U.S. roads nationwide. What's going on? The truckers were removed for failing their English language proficiency checks. They stop them. If they can't speak English, they are stripped of their ability to drive a big rig truck and their CDLs are suspended. We've now knocked 9,500 truck drivers out of service for failing to speak our national language. The total includes combined enforcement actions taken nationwide since May, when Duffy signed new guidance to strengthen English language enforcement for commercial motor vehicle drivers. We hear from a lot of truck drivers listening to talk radio, and we're glad to have you. This we are told, is a very serious problem. We opened up the phones, and we would get these calls from truck drivers to say, I met a guy, he couldn't even read the signs to figure out where the load was to be dropped at a warehouse. Can you imagine? He can't read the traffic signs either. Listen, there's more. Trump DOT now claims, this is Sean Duffy as well, that 53% of the CDLs, the commercial driver's license, were given to people who should not have them because they're in this country illegally. 53%. Friday morning, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy revealed that an audit of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration found that over half of New York's non-domiciled CDLs were issued illegally. The audit sampled, just a sample, 200 records. So we'll just randomly select 200 records and look at them and decide whether everything was above board and on. You can't look at them all, so they do an audit. Out of the 200 records, more than half of them, 107, 53%, were issued in violation of federal law. All told, they believe some 32,000, if you sort of extrapolate that out, 32,000 active, non-domiciled CDLs issued in New York. This puts people at danger. And when you're on the highway and you're dealing with a guy who doesn't have the qualifications to drive that truck, who's driving it badly, or can't follow the road signs because they can't read English, you are putting people at risk. Your family is at risk because you're out on those roadways at the same time. Look around you if you're on the roadway right now. How many of those big rigs do you see? They're everywhere. And if there are that many out there who are not qualified to drive, who got their CDLs illegally, they need to do something about it. The problem is, of course, truck drivers are in big demand. There's an opportunity if you're looking for work, go get your CDL. Immigration. More on this case involving the Maryland dad, they call him, Abrego Garcia. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is out now. U.S. District Court Judge Paula Zenas granted more relief to Kilmar Abrego Garcia on Friday after Abrego Garcia's immigration lawyers asked her to issue a ruling prohibiting further immigrations and custom enforcement or Department of Homeland Security detainment after his release on Thursday. Zenas, an appointee of former President Barack Obama, said it was requested that Abrego Garcia's attorney, when after being released from ICE custody, the agency be informed him that he is subject to final deportation orders from 2019. We got a line here from the Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino, who says that he believes ultimately Kilmar Abrego Garcia will be removed from the United States once he is legally eligible for deportation. The decision by Judge Zenas prompted renewed attention to Garcia's immigration status and his criminal history. This guy shouldn't be out. This guy should be out of the country is where he should be. Serious, serious problem. In Minnesota, illegal immigrants in Minnesota are now poised to receive, are you ready for this? This will make you mad. $107 million in taxpayer-funded health care benefits this year. You know, this is what the Democrats love to do. They love to take your money and spend it for you. They know how to spend your money better. So they take the tax dollars that you have to give to the government, that you work so hard for, and you hand over to the government, and they give them to other people who should not be getting the money. They're not even American citizens, and they're going to get $107 million in taxpayer-funded health care benefits, while many people who are providing that taxpayer dollars can't get the kind of health care that they need. This is wrong. Minnesota State Representative Isaac Schultz criticized the state program, according to RVM News, that will provide taxpayer-funded health benefits to illegal aliens, warning that the policy could impose a significant financial burden on residents and could, and this is the other side of it, it will be like a beacon. Come to Minnesota, you can get free health care. Schultz addressed the Minnesota Care Program, which says will distribute benefits to more than 17,000 illegal aliens during 2025, with the cost borne by Minnesota taxpayers. This would make Minnesota a magnet for more illegal immigration. Time for a look at traffic and weather, 15 past the hour. We're looking for a high today of around 40 degrees right now. Let's take a quick look and get an update on what we're looking at. And it's still, according to, it's 17 degrees now in Nashville. Here in bucolic Watertown, it is a balmy 18 degrees and a feel-like temperature, which is a lot lower than that. A lot of people this morning said when they got up, they got out of the car, and the car said it was single digits, like 9 or 10 degrees, 8, 9, 10 degrees, something like that. Yeah. Well, 10 is not single digits, but 9 is. Cold. Man, it is cold. I had to get out yesterday and put air in the tire. Cabana wife's tire was low. That happens during the cold weather. Your tires, for some reason, you got to put air in them. When it gets really, really cold, they get the leaking somehow. I don't know, but you put that air in them, and it was brutal. I mean, brutal out there yesterday trying to air up the tires. We're talking about immigration. I want to hit one other immigration story before I move on. And that's out of New York City. We got Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani about to take over in New York City. And he's been asked questions about, what are you going to do with regard to ICE? He actually hinted that he believes that the NYPD may go after ICE agents instead of those who are here illegally. Here's what he said. My focus is for the NYPD to not be assisting ICE in their immigration enforcements and to actually be following the policies of sanctuary city law. I do believe, however, for the law to have meaning, there has to be accountability for all of us, suggesting that he thinks that the ICE agents who are out there enforcing the federal laws of this land with regard to immigration, by the way, immigration, a federal matter, not a state, not a city matter. It's a federal matter. And he's out there suggesting that, we may have to look at the actions of the ICE agents instead of the people who are here in this country illegally. This guy is going to be I weep for the people who live in New York City. One of the greatest cities in the world is about to become a hellhole. Instead of going in the direction of making sure that the streets are safe and that the people who are in this country illegally are removed from this country, he's going the opposite direction. Again, making it a beacon for other people to come to New York City who are not legal citizens. Outrageous. But, it's going to be a disaster. I mean, that whole thing in New York City, I hope that Trump can do some of the things that he's been doing in other cities in New York City. I had some hope that maybe, they would find some common ground, when Mamdani went to the White House and met with Trump. They made friendly noises toward each other. It's hard to see how you can have somebody with Trump's, policies versus somebody who is basically a communist, how they could find common ground. But there was some hope that maybe it wasn't going to be as bad as all that. That has all changed. As soon as he got clear of Washington, D.C., he started talking about all the crazy stuff he's going to do, and it's going to be a hellhole. The police department is going to be shackled. They're going to be handcuffed, and we have seen in community around this country, after community in this country, when the police are shackled, the city deteriorates, and crime becomes a problem, and it becomes impossible for people to live. And he's all about redistribution of wealth. Take it from the rich and give it to other people who didn't earn it, who made mistakes. I'm all for making sure that people don't starve. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to be inhumane. I don't want you to starve. I want you to get out. I want you to get out there and succeed. But at the same time, why should the people who had success in their lives pay for other people who did not have success? They say, well, I need a hand out. I need a hand up. What happened in your life that you made a bad decision, you find yourself where you are now? Do I want old people to starve? No. Are there cases where we need to actually have support for people who have hit the bottom? Yes. Should we also expect that people who are getting welfare work? Absolutely. So I don't know how it's going to work out in New York City, but I don't have good feelings about it. 20 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll have more on the shocking deaths of director-actor Rob Reiner and his wife. Also, security threats at the nation's prisons, and they may surprise you. We'll have all of that coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is, I lost my clock there. It is 27 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super. Nothing like looking up at the clock and the clock is not working. 27 minutes past the hour now of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, who will be back on Friday. I'm here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for Dan. Then on Friday, and we had to double check my schedule because that's so confusing. I come in and I fill in for Chris Hand. And so I'm going to be here all week long. I think the following week, the week of Christmas, remember, we got just 9 shopping days left for Christmas. I'll be here for several shows in and around the Christmas holiday, the 20 up to the 24th and the 26th. So between now and the end of the year, I'm going to be here a lot, filling in for people so they can take some last-minute vacation. You know, you got to use it or lose it. And so they're going to use it, and I'm going to take advantage of that to get some things off my chest. You know, I mean, I really do. I still have opinions in this semi-retirement that I'm in. It's just that I don't have anybody to tell them to. So the dog gets real tired. Gro gets real tired of hearing me rant. Now, so every once in a while, I got to get on the air and get some things off my chest. Here's something that's good news, though. Americans could see up to $2,000 tax refunds next year. This, according to Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, and he's right about all this. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that working Americans are set to get very large refunds next year as tax cuts that were enabled in the Republican-backed One Big Beautiful Bill are set to go into effect. I think we're going to see $100 billion to $150 billion in refunds, which could be somewhere between $1,000 to $2,000 per household. American workers haven't yet adjusted their tax withholding. Next year, you need to make sure you look at this to make sure that you're not taking out too much in taxes, given the fact that the tax rates have, and the tax cuts have been put in and the tax rates are out there. You can make those adjustments. After the refunds, their withholdings are likely to change so that less tax is taken from each paycheck. And what does that mean? You got more jingle in your pocket. Got some money in your pocket going jingle-ling-a-ling. Bill was passed in July. However, you won't see the impact of that in a big way to the beginning of next year, which, by the way, is when we have the midterm elections. 30 minutes now past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Time for the news with Jay Harper.
It is 8:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Traffic and weather are coming up. Shock and sadness in Hollywood over famed director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle being found dead in their Los Angeles area home yesterday. Police say they were stabbed to death. Currently, no suspects in custody. ABC's Trevor Alt is near the scene.
The LAPD did give an update late last night, but they provided very few details. They wouldn't even confirm the deceased couple found inside the home was Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer, even though the mayor did confirm it. What police tell us at this time is that they do not yet have a firm suspect. We know investigators are still poring over the scene.
The newest threat to security at the nation's penitentiaries isn't inmates tunneling out, but contraband dropping in. ABC's Jim Ryan says drones have become the preferred tool of the prison smuggler.
You may have gotten a call like this.
Hello, this is the county sheriff's office.
This scam call targeted victims in Iowa.
I have some legal document that requires your immediate attention.
A document demanding money for a fake charge.
We were able to trace this all back to upstate prison in Georgia.
And says Detective Joseph Vogel to an inmate using a phone dropped into the prison yard by a drone. This year alone, Georgia has had 400 similar cases involving organized crime groups on the outside, dropping drugs, money, guns, and phones into state prisons.
Now, the Market Numbers Report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. Once again, here's Jim Ryan.
After a rough end to last week, stock futures point to a higher opening today. The Dow Jones on Friday gave up 246 points, about 0.5%, to close at 48,458. The S&P fell 1%, the Nasdaq Composite 1.7%. A new poll from the AP shows most Americans feeling the pressure of higher prices for everything from gifts to groceries. About half say it's harder this year to afford presents. Nearly 70% rate the economy as poor. Some shoppers are turning to ChatGPT and Google's Gemini to help in the hunt for the perfect present. Salesforce expects AI to drive $263 billion in global online holiday sales this year, representing 21% of the season's total. Denny's claims to have the perfect gift for pancake lovers. Limited edition high-top sneakers made with real maple syrup sealed inside the shoe. Sticky Kicks will be available in men's sizes 8 to 13 for $195.
Now let's look at your stock numbers. The Dow, it's up 194. The S&P is up 31. The Nasdaq is up 133. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. North of the city in the Millersville area, as if a construction zone didn't cause a backup in traffic, we've got a stalled vehicle now. 65 northbound just before exit 98. It's blocking the right lane. We also have an injury crash, Old Hickory Boulevard, north of Pitts Avenue. Bell Road at Eagle View Boulevard, a wreck. Also, Clarksville Pike at Rosa Parks Boulevard in the metro area, a crash. And finally, 2nd Avenue South at Chestnut Street, an accident reported. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Ba-do, ba-do. Yeah, there you go. I got a story here that says that people are really loving Christmas music this year. That they're really warming to it in a way that they hadn't done in the past. I mean, I don't know what it is. I think there's something going on. As much as there's a lot of negative stuff going on in the world, I think that's a positive thing. People are embracing Christianity and Christmas music that goes with it earlier than ever. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, joined also here in this half hour by Sam, who pushes all the blinky buttons for Dan's show. And Jay, if you're around, feel free to jump in on some of this stuff. Love to have your thoughts on it. But listeners are embracing Christmas music much earlier than ever and playing more of it. Now, here's an example. In 2019, on December 1st, on 2019, there were 14 holiday songs in the top 50. This year, the same time, there were 30. So people are taking to Christmas music in an earlier way. By December 10th, 20 of the 25 top tracks had a Christmas theme. So, people are embracing Christmas this year for some reason in a way that I don't know. What do you think, guys? I think it's because people are longing for a return to normalcy. And this is something that just feels good.
Yeah, I would say feels good. You made a point earlier that the increase in the use of Spotify, but I think it's also a diversity of Christmas music that's out there. I know that word doesn't get used positively on this station a lot, but you've got a lot of independent artists making a lot of original Christmas songs. I've come across a few that are just phenomenal in my opinion. There's more to be hopeful for this season, I feel.
I think if we're here in Music City, we do a lot of there are some great stories. For example, I remember the story about Jingle Bell Rock, which every year you're going to hear Bobby Helms do Jingle Bell Rock, right? I mean, it's a standard, it's a classic, it's iconic. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I mean, it came out in '57, and you still just hear it every holiday season. It's always up near the top with Brenda Lee's Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree in popularity.
But the Jingle Bell Rock, maybe you can find a copy of that for us while I'm talking about it there, Sam. Jingle Bell Rock, fascinating story about how that song came together. Because I used to, when I was doing mornings before, I went and did the research about some of these Christmas songs that we all listen to. That one in particular, Bobby Helms flies in from Canada to Nashville to record. He does the red eye in. He doesn't ever go to bed. He comes straight from the airport to the studio at 5 o'clock in the morning. Now, most people who are in the music business don't want to be singing at 5 o'clock in the morning. But this was recorded at 5 o'clock in the morning. Take a listen. It's good stuff. Well, the story goes that when he got to the studio, he didn't like the song. And he and the guitarist you hear playing the guitar there, the name escapes me, I'm sorry, I can't remember. They sat down and rewrote a song that had been called Jingle Bell Hop and turned it into Jingle Bell Rock. And they improved it dramatically. However, they didn't file the proper paperwork. So they never got any credit, no writing credit for the song. So the original writer of the song, which is, not near as good as the song that came out, got all of the royalties. But one story that's really great about it is they rewrote this thing in 10 minutes, and this is like the second take. They did this thing in a half hour. He's exhausted at the end of this recording session, so he goes to the hotel and goes to bed because he's been up all night. And the person who was producing the record, back in those days, what they would do, this is amazing. They would call up the record stores and play it for them over the phone. We got this new hit coming out. How many do you want?
Right.
By noon, it was a gold certified hit. He woke up from his nap, and they told him when he called, said, how are people responding to the song? He said, it's already a gold record. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that's the late 50s version of viral.
Yeah. Exactly. But anyway, I just love these stories behind it. But it was not the song that they set out to record that morning. And it talks a lot. I think it tells a lot about the quality of the talent in this town, that they could take a song like that and rewrite it in 15 minutes and turn it into a hit that we've been listening to for 50 years.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. You know, you're talking about royalties. Reportedly, Mariah Carey, she pockets $2 to $3 million in royalties every year from All I Want for Christmas Is You.
All I want I think if you get a Christmas hit, it's the gift that keeps on giving. If it becomes iconic like that one has, it's not one of my favorites, but those Christmas songs, they generate revenue every year, year after year after year after year, a lot more than if it was just an oldie not associated with Christmas. They're going to get played at Christmas. And you know, for people who write music, you get a Christmas song.
Yeah, or if you get something patriotic like Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA.
Gets played during the 4th of July and other times.
And certain presidential campaigns. And candidates.
Right, absolutely. Hey, what do you think about Phillip Rivers, 44 years old, almost led Indianapolis to a win? With 47 seconds remaining, they lost it, but Indianapolis, under the tutelage of Phillip Rivers, not Rivers. That would be pretty interesting. This is Phillip Rivers, not Rivers Phoenix. He actually made a pretty good presentation of himself. What do you think about all that?
Yeah, he had the dad bod to make
what's that old country song? I'm not as good as I once was, but I'm good once as I ever was.
Yeah, Toby Keith. Right.
Yep, right. That sounds like this is the application. But he's gonna. I mean, I think this is fantastic. Get the old guys out there, show them that they can still do it.
Yeah, Cam Newton was highly offended. However, you may have seen that story.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
no.
Cam Newton at 36 years of age. He came out and said, hey, you're bringing in this old guy at 44. I'm still able to play. How come I didn't get the phone call?
Yeah.
Because he's not officially retired yet.
Yeah.
And even funnier still, Rivers had to get cleats out of a trophy case to even show up for his workout with the Colts because he only wears a specific model that they stopped making in the 2000s.
Oh, my goodness.
And
you were telling me something about his health insurance or something.
Someone pointed out that he unretired at the perfect time. So in the NFL, you've got for vested players, meaning that you're suiting up and playing every day, every week. You've got a special insurance program that allows your whole family to get covered. Well, his was about to lapse. It was signed up for in 2021. It was going to expire next year, obviously. And he's got 10 kids. So it kind of makes sense.
10 kids. Oh, my goodness.
It kind of makes his oldest son is a college player. It makes sense. They're saying he could save somewhere between $300,000 and $330,000 next year by not having to pay for private insurance.
Oh my goodness! For 10 kids, I can understand. Yeah. Well, that worked out well for him. I hope he does well. I mean, I love it when the old guys come back. You know, how many times did we see? What was the guy's name?
Brett Favre.
Yeah, Brett Favre. That's what I was trying to think of. Brett Favre say, he wasn't going to play, and then they would send a plane down there and beg him to come back, and he would come back and get on the plane and go back and do another season. I like it when the old guys get out there and show the young whippersnappers, especially at my age. I love it when the old people show the young whippersnappers how it's done.
And he did that. His pocket presence was clean. His awareness was there. He's obviously going to be behind getting synced up with the receivers that are on that team, but hasn't played since 2020. But still a remarkable outing to throw a touchdown pass and be accurate.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think it's muscle memory, and I think I was in a similar thing. I went to see the Vince and Amy Christmas show on Thursday, and it's a great show, by the way. Fantastic show. But I mean, I think an athlete, sometimes we retire them a little too soon. I mean, I know it's brutal out there playing football, and you can, it's sort of cumulative and it builds up over time, and the injuries really become a problem as you get older. But you know what? I love it when they come back. I love it when we see people, some of our elder statesmen of, let's say, country music, get out there. I saw Vince Gill on the stage Thursday night. He's 68 years old. Yeah, he's about the age I am. He's 1 year younger than I am. And I look at him and I say, He's as better now than he perhaps has ever been. His voice is great. It's just phenomenal. And his guitar playing is better. It gets juicier and more choice every single year that he plays. He becomes better. He just, I love it when the masters show the young people how it's done.
Yeah, I agree with that. I try to make it a point with my dad to go see Marty Stewart's Jamboree that he puts on every year.
That's a great show, yeah.
And it's really nice. He brings up these younger talents, and they play one of their hits, and you're kind of amazed by them. And then Marty wraps it up himself, and you're like, there's the master at work.
Yeah. I own a guitar owned by one of the fabulous Superlatives.
Oh.
Yeah, it was once owned by him. I bought it from Cousin Kenny Vaughn.
Cousin Kenny.
I got one of Cousin Kenny's guitars on my wall in here.
I love it when they flip it to that man for a solo at that event.
Yeah. He needs to get a sandwich, though. That boy's skinny. I want to talk about, as we head toward the top of the hour, the Merriam-Webster's 2025 Word of the Year. You ready for some of this stuff? See what you think about this. The word that is the top word is the word slop. Now, have you heard it used this way? Apparently, it's when you see something on the internet that is palpably it's AI generated or it's fake news. A lot of the young people, those kids, they call it slop.
Yeah, I've heard it. I agree with it. I think it's fitting. The word was first used in the 1700s to mean soft mud.
Yep. I use the term. It's in broadcasting. I don't know that it's widely used anymore, but when you lay out a show, you lay out a rundown, right? And you make sure that you're going to talk about this for this long and this for that long and this story, and you piece it all together, and you have to leave room for the commercials, and then you figure, well, I've got it all timed out to the last second, and I always used to say, did you put any slop time in it? Because they're just no matter when you calculate it on the computer, but then when you go out and actually do it, it always takes longer. So you got to figure the slop time to make sure everything times out. That's where I use the word, or say I'm happy as a pig in slop.
You use the nicer S word for that euphemism.
Yes, I do. They're also, see, other words, and this one is, everybody hates this one. I don't know why they even did it. The 6'7" thing. Do you understand that? Because I don't get it.
No.
No, apparently it started with a basketball player who was 6'7". Like a guy that plays for the Hornets, I think, is kind of where it started.
I can't get anybody to give me a real definition of what it means.
What it really means, though, yeah.
I mean, the kids use it left and right, and it's apparently overused, I'm told, but I don't really understand what it means.
Even Google will tell you in the AI mode search, it's nonsensical and without a fixed meaning. Dictionary.com
so you can use it for anything.
Dictionary.com named it the word of the year, describing it as a burst of energy that spreads and connects people long before anyone agrees on what it actually means.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a good circular definition.
It's funny how things fall into our language, into our lexicon. Performative is a new word they're adding. The performative male is online shorthand for a disingenuous guy who pretends to like the things that women like in order to earn their trust. Performative.
That's nothing new, is it? I mean,
no,
that's been happening.
That's just called dating.
Yeah, that's just called marriage. Yeah.
They are bringing back the word gerrymandering. Actually, to be honest with you, I think the accurate pronunciation of is gerrymandering, because it was Elbridge Gerry that was named after. But that's back in a big way, in the way it hasn't been in past years. Conclave, meaning with a key, to underscore. Conclave is the century-old election of hope that derives its name from the Italian conclave, meaning with a key. Some learned the meaning in 2024 when Pope Leo came around, so that's a word that's apparently out there and getting increased use. I haven't heard it used. Tariffs, that's a big word right now. Anyway, I think those are pretty interesting. Here's one last story before have we got time for one more?
Yeah.
Cannabis stocks surge as Trump weighs marijuana rescheduling. Washington Post says President Donald Trump is expected to push the government to dramatically loosen federal restrictions on marijuana. Rescheduling would reduce oversight of the plant that is used in many ways. Some people use it as a painkiller and other things, but apparently he's very seriously considering reclassification of marijuana. We'll call it 53 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
As you can imagine, with the terrorist attack in Australia, heightened security at Hanukkah celebrations now all across the world, and we'll still have more on the shocking death of Rob Reiner and his wife out in Los Angeles. That's all coming up at the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, it is 58 minutes past the hour. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. Again, mentioned that I'll be here all the way through Thursday, filling in for Dan. Dan will be back on Friday. And then I'll be on Friday filling in for the guy who'll be following up right after I get done here in a minute or two, Chris Ann. Chris Ann will be in at doing his show here in just a few moments. He's been preparing, I've got to tell you, radio excellence right there. The Chris Hand Show, so stick around for that. Listen, we're continuing to watch the big breaking stories. The senseless murder of Rob Reiner, director, and his wife. He was 78, wife 68, stabbed to death. There are reports coming in from People magazine and others that the person of interest in that particular case may be his 32-year-old son. Continuing to watch here on the station today of the continuing investigations into what happened into Australia, where 16 people were killed, including one of the shooters, and an attack on a Jewish holiday celebration, and then also in Brown University, where we got stuff going on. All these stories we'll be watching closely today. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 a.m. filling in for Dano. Have yourself a great Monday.
It is 9 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll